10 minutes ago, but I think it took a little long. Maybe.
All right, for the jury.
Good.
Remain standing, please.
You may be seated. I'm sorry? We don't have to tell them anything at this point. But yes. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are still under the same instructions I've previously given to you. We're going to also provide you with some notepads and pens. Mr. Medina, again, who is the bailiff who will have you in charge. He's going to hand those out. You're not required to take any notes, but if you wish to take notes, you may. All your notes will remain in the jury room when you leave for the day. And at the conclusion of trial, Mr. Medina or one of our bailiffs will ensure that your notes get shredded. Okay? And just remember that if you do use notepads and do take notes, that they are for your own personal use. They are not to be considered as official transcripts. You'll get some additional written instructions on how you can utilize those notes if you do take notes at the conclusion of the presentation of evidence. So the state and defense have announced ready. Mr. Alanis, you ready to?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the state of Texas versus Juan David Ortiz.
Mr. Alanis, is it on?
Yes.
It's on green? No, the light.
Yes, on green.
Okay, so
Test. Can you hear me? In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors, duly elected, duly selected, organized, sworn and impaneled as such for the County of Webb, State of Texas, at the July-December term 2018 of the 341st District Court, sitting in for the 406th District Court of said county upon their oaths present in and to the said court that on or about the 3rd day of September 2018 and anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Melissa Ramirez, by shooting Melissa Ramirez in the head with a firearm. And on or about the 13th day of September 2018, Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Claudine Luera, by shooting Claudine Luera in the head with a firearm. And on or about the 15th day of September 2018, Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Griselda Alicia Cantu, aka Griselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez, by striking Griselda Alicia Cantu, aka Griselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the head with an unknown object and shooting Griselda Alicia Cantu Hernandez in the neck with a firearm. And on about the 15th day of September, Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Humberto Ortiz, aka Janelle Ortiz, by shooting Janelle Ortiz in the head with a firearm. And all of the murders were committed during different criminal transactions, but the murders were committed pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Count 2. And the grand jurors aforesaid upon their oaths do further present in and to said court that on or about the 14th day of September 2018 and anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly threaten Erica Peña with imminent bodily injury and the defendant did then and there use or exhibit a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, during the commission of said assault. And the grand jurors aforesaid on count 3, upon their oaths, do further present in and to the said court that on or about the 14th day of September 2018, and to the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly by force, intimidation, deception, restrain Erica Peña, hereafter styled the complaint, without her consent, by restricting the movements of the complainant, namely by grabbing her upper body and blouse. And Juan David Ortiz did and there recklessly expose the complainant to a substantial risk of serious bodily injury by pointing a firearm at the complainant. Count 4. And the grand jurors aforesaid upon their oaths do further present and into the said court that on or about the 15th day of September 2018, anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county and state of aforesaid, Juan David Ortiz did in there intentionally flee from Trooper John Henry Bradshaw, a person the defendant knew was a peace officer who was attempting lawfully to detain the defendant against the peace and dignity of the state.
And to do charges?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
You may be seated. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen. The evidence will show that on September the 14th of 2018, the women
In Laredo, Webb
who
County,
worked
Texas,
as
were scared.
prostitutes on San Bernardo Avenue in Laredo, Webb County, Texas, were scared. They were scared because 2 of their friends had been found dead. Melissa Ramirez and Claudine Luera. One of those women that was scared was Erica Peña. On September the 14th, Erica had been laying low for about 10 days. The evidence will show that she needed money, so she decided to go out to the boulevard on San Bernardo to go look for work. It was nighttime, and she went to a bench, a bus stop. As she sat there, she could feel the sprinkles of rain coming down and hitting her face. It was around that time that she sees it. The white, shiny 4x4 Dodge truck. She knew that
was
truck.
David. She knew he
She
was
will come
a
here and
military
she will
guy.
tell you
He was nice,
that was David.
handsome,
She knew he
Kind.
was a military guy.
and tall.
He was nice,
And he would give her money.
handsome, kind,
The evidence will
Tall.
show that he pulls up to the bus stop.
and he would give her money.
The window rolls down. Hey,
The
babe.
evidence will show that he pulls up
Get
to
in.
the bus stop. The window rolls down.
She'd been with him at least 4 or
Hey,
5
babe.
times before,
Get in.
so she decides, okay.
She'd been with him at least 4 or 5 times before.
The
So
evidence
she
will show
decides.
that David knew the routine. First, go buy her fix.
The evidence will show that David knew the
Go
routine.
get the heroin.
First,
After
go
he
buy
did
her
that,
her fix.
Go buy his tallies.
Go get the heroin. After
3
they
Bud
did
Light
that,
Tall boys is what
go buy his
he
tallies.
usually like.
3
After
Bud
they
Light
buy the drugs,
tall boys is what
after they buy the
he
beer,
usually like.
they're driving. One of Erica's
After
rules,
they
she'll
buy the
tell you,
drugs, after they
is
buy the
that
beer,
she doesn't like to go far
they're driving.
from the downtown
One of Erica's
area
rules, she'll
for
tell
safety.
you,
As
is
she
that
notices,
she doesn't like to
David
go far
driving
from the
further
downtown
away,
area for
She
safety.
asks, "I don't want to go far."
As she notices
He invites her
David
to his house on the north
driving
side,
further away,
and she agrees.
she asks, "I don't want to go far."
After all,
He
she had
invites
been
her
there
to his
before.
house on the north side, and she agrees.
They get to the
After
house.
all, she had been there
The
before.
evidence will show on the north side on a street named
They
Burnt
get to the
Oak.
house.
It's
The
a nice
evidence will
house
show-
where he lives with his wife and his
On
kids.
the north side, on a street.
But the evidence will
named
show that they
Bur-
were out of town. They
It's
were
a
here in
nice
San
house where he
Antonio
lives with his wife and his kids.
to come and watch
But
the
the
Canelo
evidence will
fight.
show that they were out of town. They were here in San
They
Antonio.
go in there, and she'll tell you how
come
she
and
puts
watch
her
the
drugs
Canelo
out on the
fight.
table and starts prepping.
They go in there,
The dope.
and she'll tell you how she puts her drugs out on the
Everything's
table
fine
and starts prepping
up until the moment
the dose.
that Melissa Ramirez's name
Everything's
comes up.
fine.
She was
Up
sad
until the
because her
moment
friend Melissa had been found
That
dead,
Melissa Ramirez's name comes up.
and her other acquaintance.
She
friend,
was sad because
Claudine.
her friend Melissa had been found dead,
When their name comes up,
and her other
she notices that
acquaintance
David
friend,
becomes uneasy.
Claudine.
Some look comes over his face.
When their name comes up, she
Starts
notices
getting
that
jittery.
David becomes uneasy.
She senses,
Some look
well,
comes over his
let's
face.
go outside, have a smoke,
Starts getting
calm
jittery.
things down. This is
She
the talk of the
senses, well,
town right now.
Let's
These
go outside,
murders
have a smoke,
that have occurred.
calm things down.
They go out.
This is
They
the
have
talk
a
of the
smoke.
town right now. These murders that have
She
occurred.
asks, "Can I borrow
They
your
go
phone
out.
so I can call my mom? I
They
want
have
to
a
let her
smoke.
know I'm okay."
She asks,
The evidence will
"Can
show
I borrow your phone so I
that
can
he
call my
ignores her
mom? I want to
request.
let her know I'm okay." The evidence will show
David appears
that he ignores
nervous,
her request.
and he says something to her that just doesn't fit. He
David
says,
appears nervous,
"I'm afraid.
and he says something. To
I'm
her
afraid that Melissa may have my
just
DNA.
doesn't fit.
I was
He
one of
says,
the last ones
I'm afraid.
to be with her before
I'm afraid
she
that Melissa
disappeared.
may have my DNA. I was one of the
Second to the
last ones
he says.
to be with her before she disappeared.
And she's like, "Don't worry about it. If you were
Second
with
to
her,
the
you're with her."
last, he says. And she's like,
They go back inside.
"Don't worry about it. If you were with her, you're with her."
She sits at the kitchen table,
They go back
smoking a
inside.
cigarette.
She sits at the kitchen table,
It's at this time that she
smoking a
notices
cigarette.
the look in David's face.
It's at this time
He's anxious.
that she notices
Now,
the look. in
call it a
David's
sixth
face.
sense, call it a gut
He's
feeling.
anxious.
Suddenly,
Now,
she
call it a
realizes
sixth sense.
she's in danger.
Call it a gut feeling.
The evidence will show
Suddenly, she
that
realizes
she becomes nauseous.
she's in danger.
This
The evidence will
overwhelming
show
feeling of nauseousness and dizziness comes over her
that she
as the
becomes
fear runs
nauseous.
through her body.
This overwhelming feeling of nauseousness and
She
dizziness
runs out the
comes
front
over
door
her
and she
as the
vomits.
fear runs
She
through her
vomits on the
body.
front grass. He comes out, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She
She
goes, "I
runs
don't
out
feel
the front
good.
door and she
Take
vomits.
me back.
She
Take me
vomits
back.
on the front
I don't
grass.
feel good."
He comes out. What's
He
wrong?
offers her,
What's wrong?
He
She goes,
offers
I don't
her
feel
to
good.
take a shower.
Take me back. Take me back. I don't feel good.
He still wants to be with her.
He
She's
offers
like,
her.
"I can't.
He offers
I'm
her
sick.
to take a shower.
Take me back." He goes, "You need something in
Still
your
wants to
stomach.
be
I'll
with
take
her.
you to go
She's
get
like,
something
I
to
can't.
eat."
I'm sick.
She sees the
Take me
opportunity, and she
She goes,
says,
"You need something in your stomach.
Hey.
I'll take you to go get something to eat."
the evidence will show that they
She
drive
sees the opportunity.
not
She
too
says,
far
Take
to a Valero gas station
The evidence will show that they drive
off of
not
the
too
Loop
far
20
to a Valero
and
gas
McPherson
station
Boulevard. A real busy
off
one
of
of the new
the Loop
type gas stations
20
that has a little
and
restaurant
McPherson
area.
Boulevard. A real busy
But something's
one
not
of the
right.
new type gas station.
And the evidence will
Little
show that
restaurant
as they
area.
pull into the gas station,
something's not
they
right.
don't stop in front.
And the evidence will show that as they pull into
David parks
the
in the
gas
back.
station, they don't stop in
Behind a
front.
tractor trailer, practically on the street,
David parks in the back
in the dark.
behind a tractor
He
trailer.
tells her, "Hey, you need to calm down.
practically on the street
You need to calm
in the
down."
dark.
Right now, the evidence
her,
will
"Hey,
show
you need to
that she
calm
is
down.
in complete survival
You need
mode.
to calm down. Right now,
She is
the
in
evidence
fear.
will show that she is in complete survival
Calmly?
mode.
She thinks, "I need to open the door.
She is in
I
fear.
need to get out."
Calmly, she thinks, "I need to open the door. I need to get out." Without warning, all of a sudden, as she sits in the passenger side, David reaches with his arm, his left arm, and there's a gun in her face. He grabs her blouse, Instinctively, she pulls back, is able to grab the door handle. And the evidence will show that she's able to duck down, pull herself out of her blouse, and leaves him holding her blouse in his hand as she jumps off the white Dodge 4x4. She runs in her bra and pants around the front of the store. We will take you to that store. You will see that video of her coming around the store looking for help. Call it a gift. Putting gas at one of the pumps is a Texas DPS state trooper, Francisco Hernandez. When this woman, all of a sudden, approaches him in her bra and pants, asking for help. She keeps saying, "I'm scared. Help me. I'm scared. He's going to get me." You will see at that time, Francisco Hernandez, with his training and experience, turns on his body cam. He records the entire thing, the encounter that he has with her. You will hear him calling it in. First, he will ask for PD, Laredo PD, to show up. Then he realizes that this case may be, based on what she's saying, it may be related to the string of murders that's going on. He calls over to the station. They direct him to a Texas Ranger who's working the case, EJ Salinas. They patch him through. They give him instructions to bring her to the station. This is just the beginning of how we got here today. Throughout this trial, we are going to bring you evidence. We are going to, yes, we're in Bexar County, but through the evidence, through technology, through photos, through videos, and through testimony, we will take you to that dark and horrible places that this happened. Through the evidence, we will take you to those last moments. To those last moments of these women's lives. You will have one of the most important pieces of evidence in this case, the video recorded confession of Juan David Ortiz. You will have the ability to see, to hear, and to analyze for yourselves his confession about the murders. But that's not all. That's not all that the state will be bringing you. We will be bringing you crime scene evidence, which includes casings from the crime scene, projectiles taken from the victims, the jackets of the projectiles. We will be bringing you the murder weapon that was used in this case. The analysis and the experts and the ballistic reports and analysis that were done. You will hear from the experts that made the comparisons in this case. We will also bring you video evidence from the different locations that Juan David Ortiz visited around the time before and after the murders were taking place. Going in and buying beer, going in to use a restroom, and you will see in these videos his demeanor and his behavior as normal as anyone else's walking the streets. Walking in, buying his merchandise, walking in, going to the restroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. we will be bringing you autopsy evidence of all the victims, where the doctor will come and tell you and show you the injuries and the causes of death of each victim. We will bring you circumstantial evidence. All of this evidence that we will be bringing you, you will be able to see that we will be able to prove the crime or crimes, the scheme, and his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as charged. This case, the evidence will show, is about a man who betrayed his badge. He betrayed his country. He betrayed his family. He betrayed his community for his own selfish needs. On September the 3rd of 2018, on or about, he murdered by shooting in the back of her head Melissa Ramirez. We will take you through the evidence to Jeffries Road on the outskirts of Webb County, where her body was left, right where he shot her. On or about September the 13th of 2018, he killed Claudine Loera. And just like Melissa, 11 days later, 10 days later, he takes her near the area where Melissa was killed, the outskirts of Webb County, or of the city of Laredo, and shoots her in the back of the head. We will take you to the overpass at the 22-mile marker in Webb County, where on September the 14th, he murdered Guiselda Hernandez Cantu. And finally, we will take you on IH-35, the 13-mile marker, where he murdered Janelle Ortiz. All of the crimes you will see, and the evidence will show the similarities and the scheme. You will see that all of the victims in this case worked in prostitution. The evidence will show that all of the victims had run-ins with the law. They had criminal histories. All of the victims suffered from substance abuse addiction. All of the victims were killed in the similar manner. Execution style, outskirts of the city of Laredo, either on the side of the road or in the shoulder grassy part next to the road. And the last similarity and connection of all of these crimes was the gun. A .40 caliber HK government issued semi-automatic handgun with government issued ammunition. All of the murders, all part of the scheme, all connected. The evidence will show that it was September the 14th of 2018 that Trooper Francisco Hernandez was putting gas there at the Valero when this woman runs up to him, and he turns on his body cam. He's given instructions to take her to a station. He takes her to the station. When she gets to the station, investigators are already working feverishly and diligently on this case. They're looking for the murderer of Claudine Loera and Melissa Ramirez. They're there. The Texas Ranger, Captain Calderon, will bring them to you. They get Erica to the station. This is Erica Peña. When she gets there, she begins the interview with investigators. She reveals her relationship with this guy that she knows as David. She tells him how he's nice. She tells him how he buys her food. She tells him how he buys her drugs. And that she's known him for about 5 months. What she doesn't know at this time, the evidence will show, that he's a Border Patrol agent. A supervisory Border Patrol agent. The evidence will show that sometimes when he would pick her up, his shirt would be turned, the polo shirt with the logo would be turned inside out. And when he would pick her up, the evidence will show that he always picked her up in the white Dodge 4x4 pickup truck. She will also reveal some intimate details about their relationship. Personal things that only she knew about David. Which includes and included the sexual encounters that they would have. The most important thing that she provides investigators is, I know where he lives. I know where he lives. It's near the academy. I don't know the address, but if you take me over there, I'll be able to spot the house. She is able to take them right to his doorstep. That's where I was. And investigators that night were able to see the vomit that was still fresh on the front lawn. The investigators run the information through the property rolls. DPS, also through their intelligence, they were able to find out that the house belonged to this man who sits here today. Juan David Ortiz and his wife. That's where he lived. The sheriffs, the evidence will show that the sheriffs put out a bolo, be on the lookout. Texas DPS troopers, deputies from the Webb County Sheriff's Department begin a search all over Laredo, focusing mostly on the boulevard where this type of activity takes place. And we will take you to that boulevard through the evidence. The evidence will show that approximately 1 in the morning, Trooper John Henry Bradshaw, as he's driving, he looks over to the stripes on the corner of Jefferson and San Bernardo. Parked over by the dumpster on the far left side, he sees it. The white Dodge 4-door 4x4 shiny truck. Trooper calls it in. Another trooper, Javier Obregon, pulls in. They take a tactical position by the pumps. By now, this man is considered armed and dangerous. You will see the body cam video. We will show you the video. You will be there. We will show you the video from the store that was taken by investigators that shows Juan David Ortiz going in to use the restroom. And as he walks out, you will hear and you will see the DPS troopers confronting him from a safe distance, giving him orders. Put your hands up. Stop. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. For more than 45 seconds, you will see Juan David Ortiz moving, swaying, thinking. What does he do? He doesn't comply. He doesn't kneel. He says, "You're scaring me. You're scaring me." And then he runs. You will see the video of the chase on foot, where he runs to I-35 access road south. Then he turns on a street called Constantinople. When he turns the corner, the two troopers who are behind him, John Henry Bradshaw tried deploying his taser and missed. Obregon's got his body cam, and you can hear him huffing and puffing while he's running. You'll see that video. They lose him. They clear the area. They secure everything. Webb County SWAT, Sheriff's Department, gets on scene. DPS gets on scene. They look in all the surrounding areas. The last area that they need to check is the parking lot at the Hotel Ava. They go floor by floor, clearing the floor. There's not too many vehicles there at this time, but they're checking all the doors, they're checking all the hallways. Finally, they get to one of the top floors, and the evidence will show, and you will see as law enforcement being stacked up make a tactical approach on this black pickup truck, and laying down in the back of the truck is Juan David Ortiz, hiding from law enforcement. A supervisory border patrol agent hiding from law enforcement. They arrest him. You will see the arrest. You will see the takedown. We will take you there. From this point on, the evidence will show, and this is very critical for all of you to please pay attention to, that law enforcement treats Juan David Ortiz with nothing but dignity and respect. Dignity and respect. You will even hear on the evidence, Juan David Ortiz, he tells one of the arresting officers, "Go ahead, take your trophy shot. Take your pick." The response? "We're not about that, bro. We're not about that." You will travel with him in the patrol unit when he gets in there. The camera on the patrol car is on. It's a Tahoe. He gets in it, it's on. They are treating him so respectfully that he volunteers. He hears the conversation. You see the gun? Anybody with a gun? He says the gun's in the truck in this area or in the console. You'll hear him. He volunteers that. Luckily, I will say this, through the evidence, you'll see that when he went to the restroom at the Stripes, when John Henry Bradshaw saw him, he left his weapon on the door panel of the truck. He didn't get off with the gun. Just that lapse, that moment that it took, he left the gun in the truck. We will bring you that gun. The evidence will show that they transport him to the Webb County substation. When they get to the substation, they place him in a room. And it's around that time already that, as I told you, the evidence will show that the investigators had already been investigating this case. You will hear testimony that by this time, law enforcement had already made at least more than 30 contacts. That includes phone calls. Ma'am, do you know anything? Sir, can we speak to you? People around the street. Law enforcement had already looked at even some other suspects, other leads to other individuals. You'll hear about the intensive investigation, the due diligence that law enforcement was using to find the killer. Nobody was focused on Juan David Ortiz, who during this entire time was working at the Border Patrol Intelligence Center as a supervisor, watching the investigation of the murder going on in his own community, while in his uniform, at work. Phone calls being made, requests, can you check license plate readers, vehicles traveling through this area, through that area. Information that would come out of his station. He was there watching all of this, finding out about other suspects being questioned. He gets there, and you're going to see this. We're going to take you into the interview room. You're going to go to the interview room. You're going to see the video when it starts. At approximately 3:20 a.m. on September the 15th, Captain Fred Calderon and Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas begin the interview. You will see how they put the Miranda warnings in front of him. You will see how he denies to sign it, but he agrees to speak. You will see initially where he denies knowing anyone, denies knowing anything about what they're talking about. Deny, deny, deny. As they continue to present him with questions. What about Erica? We want to talk to you about Erica. And you'll hear him. And you'll read it. And you'll see it. The only Erica I knew was at Gladys Porter High School when I was a kid growing up in Brownsville. He says it. Very critical. And I ask you to focus during this portion of the evidence. Focus on the interview. Focus on his demeanor. Focus on his facial expressions. Focus on his hands. What he says. The words that he chooses. The opportunities that he looks for. This is a man who's a supervisor, a veteran. He has a master's. You will see at the initial portion of this interview that he jumps at an opportunity that the Texas Ranger puts right out there in front of him. And he says, "Do you suffer from blackouts?" "I do. I suffer from blackouts. You see, since February of 2018, I've been a patient at the VA. I was in Iraq in 2003. I had a motorcycle accident." We're in 2018. He's been a Border Patrol agent for more than 9 years by this time, the evidence will show. He jumps on the opportunity when the Ranger uses that word, blackouts. "I've been given all these medications, my anxiety, my depression, my PTSD, that I black out, I wake up, and I'm somewhere that, how did I get here? One time I woke up at Pizza Hut. I don't know how I got there." And you'll see the evidence. "I needed to go to the restroom." "What were you doing at the Stripes on San Bernardo and Jefferson?" "Well, I needed to go to the restroom, but I don't know how I got there. I had a blackout." He remembers everything except the most critical parts of the crimes. He even, and you will see when they show him pictures, hey, there's this flowered purse in your back seat. There's this other brown purse in your back seat. Who do those purses belong to on the floorboard? I don't know. I don't know who those purses belong to. Well, they have condoms. They have syringes inside of them. Lipsticks. Who do they belong to? I don't know. And he says it with a straight face. I don't know. I don't know how that got there. He continues with that. But eventually, through the questions, through the methodical questions that Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas, remember, they've already interviewed a lot of people. Erica's down the hallway in another room, and she's told so many intimate and private information. They also have evidence from 2 crime scenes that he can't lie anymore. He says, okay, I know Erica. And I pointed a gun at her. But I wasn't going to do anything to her. The evidence will show that the interview goes into the morning. You will see during the interview that there was no intimidation, there's no coercion. They bring him water, they bring him potato chips. He asks for a bathroom break. They let him go to the bathroom. Everything's calm. Nobody's pounding the tables. It's a discussion. Hey, help us out. Help us out. We know you're a good person. You've served your country, and we thank you for your service. You're law-abiding. You're a family man. Help us out. Maybe they able to reach that one little inkling of softness, if there is any, in his heart. And he says, yeah, I know Erica. Goes into the morning, and about 11:24 a.m., you will see it on the video. The telltale sign, you will see it. He says, can you take off my handcuffs? Take them off. You'll see Captain Calderon pause. This is a moment, critical moment, and okay, do I take the handcuffs off this guy? Based on his training and experience, he reaches for his key, takes it out of his pocket, takes off his handcuffs. You'll see him rub his wrist, stretch. I did it. Can you tell us? You will see and you will hear through his own words how he took each woman to their last resting place, how he executed them. You will hear in his own words the indifference, the disrespect, the degradation that he has for these people to justify ending their lives. You will hear the evidence in his own words. I wanted to clean up the streets. And in Spanish he says, these people are mierda. These bitches are dirt. And I was going to get rid of them. Law enforcement doesn't do anything about them. I will. I'm sick of them. That's what he says. Ranger Salinas and Captain Calderon say is, look, so you told us about Melissa. You've told us about Guiselda. You told us about Claudine. That's 3. Is there anything else? You know, that last question that any good investigator asks, right? In a crime spree. Is there anything else, Ortiz? He goes, yeah, there's one more y'all don't know about. Janelle Ortiz. Y'all don't know about her. You'll find her in the grass over by the 13-mile marker where we used to have our Border Patrol checkpoint. Just right there, as you pull over behind the gravel little mound, she's right there. Law enforcement rushes out to the 13-mile marker, right behind the gravel mound, and Janelle is there, shot dead, shot behind the head. You'll see at the end of the video, he says, that's the whole story. But that's not the end of the story. There's moments that are marked in your life. Moments that when they happen, you know things are never going to be the same. Time is divided into 2 parts. Before this and after this. And it takes strong people to continue to move forward no matter what they are going to find. The state knows that you are those strong people, and you will find Juan David Ortiz guilty.
Please support state. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I won't be as long or nor dramatic as Mr. Alaniz. Let me just tell you that everything that Mr. Alaniz just said is not evidence. The only evidence you're going to get is from that stand, okay? It's what he thinks the evidence is going to show, but the evidence is you're going to hear it from over there. I know this thing's on. Now, the state also has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? And they have the burden of proof of bringing all that evidence to you. We don't have to do anything. The defense doesn't have to do anything. So I ask you to bear that in mind because of that long, lengthy opening statement that he just made. Now, one of the things we would ask you to focus on is the investigation that the Webb County Sheriff's Office conducted together with the Texas Rangers. Together with the report writing, the lack of reports, the lack of protocol, and how they, just jump to certain conclusions. It starts with Erica Pena. Beginning September the 3rd of 2018, it was the first murder, right? And so now law enforcement is working and the like. Now on the 14th, Erica Pena does run to a trooper and says, this individual pulled a gun on me or whatever. And that trooper reports it. And then these officers that are eager to solve these murders start acting on it. And they believe everything that Erica Pena says. Now, Erica Pena is someone that is a self-confessed heroin and crack addict daily. She uses like $300 or $400 a day to maintain her heroin or crack addiction. And she prostitutes herself. She has a child. Some women might prostitute themselves for their children. She prostitutes herself not for her child that's being raised by a relative. She prostitutes herself to maintain her habit. But the police still act on her word like it's gospel. we've had hearings in this case, and when Mr. Alanis talks that she wanted to get away, she literally said, according to her, that she heard voices. Not like, oh, I got a good feeling, you know what I'm saying? She was hearing voices that she says she was with Mr. Ortiz, and reports to this trooper that she was assaulted. And these individuals bought it hook, line, and sinker and acted on it. And it's just to focus on the investigation. Now, they put out a bolo, which is a be on the lookout for the vehicle that Mr. Ortiz is driving. And it's this white Dodge four-door Ram pickup, a 2015, I think. One of the troopers locates this vehicle at a Circle K. They're off San Bernardo, I think, in Jeffries. I'm not too sure. So I think it's San Bernardo. So he gets there and he waits for another trooper to show up. And when Mr. Ortiz comes out, they've trained their pistol on him, and one's got a military rifle pointed at him. And they're yelling commands at him. And he panics and he runs. Okay. He runs. Eventually they find him hiding in this bed of a pickup, the SWAT officers. Now, in the interim, while the DPS troopers are asking him questions, they ask him, is that your pickup, the white Dodge Ram? And he says yes. He doesn't abandon the truck. He doesn't say, oh no, that's not my truck. He says, that's my truck. Okay. Once he's arrested, at some point, the DPS starts searching the truck there in the parking lot of the Circle K. And you're going to see that the doors are wide open. There's photographs of that. To this day, we don't know who took those photographs because the crime scene investigator that's in charge of this denied taking those photos. So we still need to figure that out. So they start searching it without a warrant. And basically the law says that to search your property, my property, anything, especially when you assert an interest in it, you should get a warrant. And you may get a jury charge where the judge says you decide if that search was proper. They transport the truck, you know, they call it a wrecker, and they take it to the Webb County substation there in Laredo. There's been testimony where they claimed that the search was what we call an inventory search. So sometimes what you do is you stop a car and you're going to take it in. You do an inventory. Think about what the word means, an inventory. You want to see what's in it so that if something's missing later, you've documented there was a briefcase in the back, there was this, whatever. You do an inventory. It's not a search, it's an inventory. Well, lo and behold, you find where the record driver, different Webb County officers acknowledged no inventory search was conducted. But we know a search was conducted because we have the photos. The two individuals that are supposed to be in charge of this investigation is Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas and Captain Federico Calderon of the Webb County Sheriffs. We haven't heard from Salinas, but we heard from Calderon. We said, well, you said it was an inventory, but here we have this thing that it was inventory. I don't know.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I'm going to raise an objection, improper opening. He's bringing evidence from other hearings to this jury. I think
Just limited to what you expect.
The evidence to show in this case, sir.
Well, the evidence is going to show, because if he doesn't answer that, we'll impeach him with that. We have the record, okay? So that's what the evidence is going to show. So then they have the truck now at the storage facility. It's a secure place. It's not going anywhere. and they search it again without getting a warrant. Okay? And they collect evidence from it. And that too, all of us have a right, a Fourth Amendment right, to not have our items searched, whatever it might be, without due process, which would be for the police to go to a neutral magistrate. Police are police. They want to do stuff, right? They want to get evidence on you. But that's why we usually have a neutral magistrate review it and say, oh yeah, you have the right to search this vehicle or this house or whatever.
I'm gonna object. He's discussing issues about law. He's talking about applicable legal
Well, the jury will get
issues.
An instruction from the court after all the evidence has been presented in the jury charge that would include any law applicable in this case. But at this point, just it's opening remarks, as Mr. Perez mentioned as well.
And I'll conclude with this. And the reason is you may get a charge from the court where it's going to tell you, you decide if this subsequent search, which was a search, was proper because it was without a warrant, because there is law that says exactly what I'm saying. And so the court may instruct you, because you are judges of the facts, and the judge may instruct you and say, hey, you got to decide whether that was proper. And then if it's not proper, you are not to consider that evidence. That's why that's important, okay? You're going to find, unless it changes, that the evidence is going to show that to date, no one knows how they got into the truck. You know, most of us, we walk into a convenience store, at least I do. I take my keys. I lock my truck, you know, and the evidence so far, and the evidence may be that to this date, we don't know how they got into the truck. And again, it's because we're focusing on the investigation. Now, we move to the interview, or the interrogation, more properly stated, of Mr. Ortiz. So they transport him. There's several SWAT officers that at that parking lot arrest him. They say that they patted him down. Nobody mentions the truck keys. There is a video of him being transported, and Ortiz does mention a weapon that's in the truck. Okay. Now, they have him already. Now, by about 2:51 in the morning, they have him in the interview room. You know, they start talking to him, and then one of the, either Calderon or Salinas, reads him his rights. Now, of note is something very important. On the video, and you see this video, when they are arresting him over at the garage, right then when you go into custody, one of the deputies starts reading him his rights, you know, and the supervisor says, no, don't do that. Because they want him over here in a controlled environment where he can't assert his rights. And so you see the video where they started to read him his rights out at the scene, and then a supervisor stopped it. He says, no, don't do that. Now they have him in a controlled environment. They're videotaping him. They read him his rights, and it's a typical way that they do it, you know, and then they ask him, do you understand your rights? Yes. But they don't ask him, do you waive your rights? Understanding them and waiving them are two different things. And you see on the video that they don't ask him, do you waive your rights? And I think you're going to hear from the detective, it's not like they forget to ask you. The evidence is going to show that it's by method, but it's by necessity on their part, that they don't ask you if you waive your rights. Regardless, he's there, like Mr. Alanis said. He tells him, look, I'm a war veteran. I was in Iraq. You know, he's been out for a while. He's been successful. He has a wife, he has kids. He rose through the ranks of the Border Patrol fairly quickly and became a supervisor of the intelligence unit. Now, the intelligence unit, all law enforcement has them that I know of. SAPD has an intelligence unit themselves. And usually the idea is intelligence knows more than your average Joe out here, police officer on the street, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be intelligence. But he does tell them, I'm a war veteran. Several months ago, I started having nightmares. I started having post-traumatic stress disorder. I couldn't sleep. I went to the VA. And they gave him a bunch of psychotic pills. And he gave him the name. They're there somewhere. There's a bunch of them. You know, he's under a lot of stress. He starts drinking. And then, yes, the issue of blackouts. You know, back in February, nothing was happening. He was already having trouble with his memory and the like. Mr. Alaniz says that attributes to the Salinas that said blackouts, but he actually, and by he I mean Mr. Ortiz, says, look, I've been suicidal, I've had blackouts, I'm broken, I'm tired. This is a defeated man. He's denying having been involved in these murders. And they hold him from 251, what, 7, 8, 9 hours later at 11:25. It's not that they broke him. It's that Calderon or Salinas say, hey, he's like, man, I miss my wife. How's my wife? We'll go get you pictures of her. We'll make sure she's taken care of. Oh, well, what about my pension? Will she get it? We'll get her the pension. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, okay? I don't remember it verbatim. They start promising him things. And then they say, hey, they walk out, they walk back in, and they say, the elected district attorney is here. Mr. Isidro Alaniz is outside. We can put in a good word for you. That's the guy in charge of his fate. And they're telling him he is not at the Justice Center, not at the courthouse. He's not a cop. This is a police department area or a Webb County Sheriff's. He's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. This is the Justice Department over there at the courthouse, not cops. They say he's out there. Mr. Alaniz is present in the building. Something along the lines, if you start talking, we'll put in a good word for you. Okay? The DA is present. Help your family. Something along those lines. That's when he shifts. And he starts talking about these murders. And he starts saying things that, honestly, everything had been in the papers. This case received a lot of publicity in Webb County. And so everything was in the papers. And on top of that, on this other murder that had occurred, remember, this guy is a member of the intelligence unit. I don't know, and I doubt that they know what information he has or he can get that your average captain at the Webb County SO doesn't. These are state officers. He's a federal officer of an intelligence unit. So God knows what kind of information he can get. And remember, he's broken, he's suicidal, he wants his family taken care of, he doesn't know where he's gonna go, and he starts saying, okay, I did it. All the evidence that you have, including the firearm, no one can come in here and tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ortiz is the trigger man with that firearm that killed these women. You're not going to hear anyone come and tell you that he did it, other than this coerced confession that the police got out of him. And this is not the first time that any of you, I'm sure, have heard about false confessions. And so I want you to keep all that in mind. This is actually a war veteran. They ran his NCIC. There's something called an NCIC, National Crime Information Center, Texas Crime Information Center, that runs your record. This man has a clean record. He's a good husband, has children. And he was in a bad situation with the VA giving him these medications that God knows what they do to you. So I want you to listen to the evidence, listen to the cross-examinations, listen to the investigation that this police officers made, and I believe you will find Mr. Ortiz not guilty. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
State, want to call their first witness?
State calls Erica Peña.
She was one of the first. You're under the same oath you took earlier, ma'am? You're under the same oath. Maybe seated. You took an oath a few minutes ago, right?
What?
The oath.
Yes.
You're under the same oath. You may be seated. You may proceed, sir.
Ms. Peña, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Erica Isamar Peña.
I'm going to ask you to please speak or get up close to the mic or move the mic close to your mouth. Please listen to my questions. Answer the questions to the best of your ability. Okay? How old are you?
31.
And where are you from?
Laredo, Texas.
How long have you lived in Laredo?
Born and raised.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
1.
Okay, and how old is your child?
12.
Okay, does your child live with you?
Not right now.
Okay. Ms. Peña, do you have a criminal record?
Yes, I do.
I want to talk a little bit about it. Do you know more or less how many times you've been arrested?
Several times.
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 15?
Not sure.
Okay. You ever been arrested for possession of a controlled substance?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what type of controlled substance you've been arrested for?
Probably cocaine or heroin.
And did at any of these cases have they ever resulted in a conviction?
Found guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And after you were convicted, have you ever been in prison?
No, never.
Okay. What type of sentence have you received?
I was in probation for 2 years. Not too long ago, I just finished.
Are you currently under any type of supervision or probation right now?
No, I'm done with everything.
Okay. What, you ever been arrested for assaulting a police officer or resisting arrest or terroristic?
Yes.
Yes? What about resisting arrest?
Yes.
What about terroristic threats?
Yes.
What about any violent offenses? You ever been?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you suffer from any type of addiction, Miss Peña?
No, not right now.
Have you before?
Yes.
And what type of addiction is that?
Heroin and crack.
Okay. Can you tell us or tell the jury, well, let me ask you, are you sober right now?
I take methadone.
How long have you been on methadone?
I've been in the methadone a year, almost a year.
And where do you get that methadone?
By McPherson?
Do you receive services?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you were arrested? If you recall.
Probably like 6 or 5 months ago. Probably 6 months.
Was that a misdemeanor or a felony?
Revoked for probation.
Oh, okay, so you were revoked for not
Yeah.
not complying with your conditions.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does that entail? More drug use, or you came out dirty?
No, I just didn't go. I just didn't go and report.
Okay. How long have you been dealing with this issue of substance abuse, or how long have you abused heroin, crack cocaine?
I started when I was 21, on and off.
And you're 31 right now?
I'm 31.
So is it fair to say that for 10 years you've been dealing with this
Yes.
issue? Okay. And how were you able to support this addiction?
Many ways. Working in the streets, that was one.
Now it's okay, Ms. Peña. And I know this may be difficult, but when you say working the streets, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
Escorting.
Escorting?
Yes.
And when you say escorting, what does that mean?
Working for money.
And when you say working for money,
Having sex
for money.
for money. Yes.
Okay. And how long had you been doing that?
On and off. Six years.
You started in your early 20s?
I started when I was 23.
Okay. Now, on September the 14th of 2018,
Yes.
that was a few years ago now, right?
Yes.
Were you working at that
Yes.
and doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Juan David Ortiz
Yes.
or David Ortiz? Can you identify him here in the courtroom or what he's wearing? You can please point to him. Do you see him?
Yes. In
And-
black.
In black? And from where you're sitting, he's seated in which chair?
In the corner.
In the corner. Okay. So, what do you know him as? What?
What did I knew him as?
Yes.
David was a friend.
Okay. Now, in September of 2018, You remember that day?
September.
September the 14th of 2018.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember that day? I want to go back to that day. Okay? So you're in September. Before that,
Yeah.
how long had you known David?
I want to say 5-6 months.
So you knew him as early as 5 or 6 months before.
No, I want to say 5
Okay.
months, 6 months.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And since the first time you met him, he was a client?
I guess you can say that.
Okay.
The first time.
Okay. I want to focus now on what happened on the 14th, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on that day, where were you?
On San Bernardo.
Okay. And on San Bernardo.
Yeah, it was a very rainy day.
Okay. And what were you doing, or what were your thoughts?
I was standing up actually. A block from TKO, right in front of a small motel.
Near a bus stop?
Yes.
And was it nighttime?
It was daylight.
Still daylight?
Yeah, it was daylight.
Was it starting to get late in the afternoon?
No, it was early.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened at that time?
I hadn't seen David in a while. I was mad because David had broken my phone. I was staying at a hotel.
How long had you been at the hotel?
Like a month.
Okay. Before that day, had you been working the days before?
Yeah.
Which days before that?
Probably in the middle of the night. Not too early.
Had you heard anything about anybody being found dead?
By that time, yes.
And how did you feel about that?
Scared. Because nobody knew who it was.
How did you?
Everyone was, all the girls were watching their backs, and the word was around.
Ask your next question. Wait for the next question. Just answer the question.
I'm gonna
Okay.
ask you. How did you feel?
Frightened.
When you say the girls, who are you referring to?
Jocelyn, Suhey,
Are these other girls that
Patty.
Okay. And these are girls that also work on the street?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're standing or seated right there at that corner.
Yeah.
What, if anything, happens next?
What if anything happens?
Yeah, well, you said it was starting to rain, or it was
Yeah.
raining? Okay.
David picked me up. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when he drove up, what did he drive up in?
In his white Dodge.
Okay. I'm gonna go with this one. Okay. May I approach? May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 1. And just ask you if you recognize this exhibit, yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict what's in there? Is it a true representation of what
Yeah.
what it is?
Mm-hmm.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Can you tell us what you see in front of you on State's Exhibit 1?
I see a white Dodge.
And who does that white Dodge belong to?
David.
Have you been in that white Dodge before?
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't recall how many times exactly, but plenty of times.
Was it more than 5?
I think so, yes.
More than 10?
Several times. Plenty of times.
Had he ever picked you up in any other vehicle than this one?
No.
How is it that you would arrange to see David?
How is it that
How would you meet up with David?
sometimes he would call me, sometimes I would just randomly see him.
So you knew David for close to 5 months.
Yes.
Do you remember how you met?
Yeah.
How did you meet?
I met him a block away from the Evelyn. It was nighttime.
You met him a block away from the Evelyn. The
The
Evelyn.
hotel,
Okay.
hotel, a
That's-
block away
Okay.
in
That-
the corner.
On the corner. Do you remember the street corner? What street it is?
In the corner of the Stripes.
Okay. Is that Jefferson Street? Jefferson
Yeah.
and San Bernardo?
Yeah.
Okay. And did someone introduce you to him?
No.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen how you met him.
I was walking and David stopped, asked me for a ride, and I said yes. We talked for a little bit, and that first night we ended up in a hotel.
And what, if anything, did you do at the hotel?
We had sex. We conversated.
Did he give you money?
Yes.
How much?
I don't recall.
After having sex and conversating, what, if anything, else happened?
He drove me home.
To your house.
Yeah.
So he knew where you lived.
Yes.
Okay. How was David? What was his personality like?
Very nice. Very sweet. Very funny. Normal guy.
Did you ever notice any odd behavior,
Never.
delusions?
I don't know what happened to him.
But you need to answer my question. I know you're nodding your head, but did you ever notice delusions,
No.
hallucinations,
No.
that his mind was not normal?
No. Never.
Did you ever see him depressed?
I don't know. Not that I recall.
Did you ever see him have anxiety in front of you?
No.
Anything unusual about
No.
David?
Never.
Okay. Would David do drugs with you?
No.
But he would take you to the drug house.
Yeah.
And who would pay for the drugs?
David would give me money.
He would wait for you outside?
Yeah.
And what would tell us typically how does that work?
David knew my drug of choice, and he would wait for me outside, and we would drive around, conversate.
Did you do that on this day, September the 14th? Did he take you to buy drugs after
Yes.
he picked you up? Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you go and buy beer?
Yes.
Anything else that you bought?
Cigarettes and beer.
You mentioned the Evelyn Hotel.
Yeah.
Did you ever go there with him to the Evelyn
No.
Hotel? You remember what hotels you went with him to?
Only one, Cactus. The
Was that-
Cactus.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that on several occasions to the Cactus or just once?
I recall once.
Okay. On the other times that he would pick you up, where would you go?
Sometimes we would just drive, park in any street, go to a park.
On September the 14th, what did you do after you bought the drugs?
We went to a store. I got off. I changed because it was raining. He told me we were going to his house.
Did you buy anything there at the store?
I bought beer and cigarettes.
What kind of, who was the beer for?
Bud Light
For who?
for David.
And what did you buy?
Cigarettes for me and him.
The beers, what type of beers were they?
Bud Light,
Okay. And were they the small beers or the big beers?
just regular
Tollies?
tallies, yeah.
Okay. Did you have a purse with you on that day?
I had a small purse, a flower purse,
Remember what color it was?
pink.
Okay. I approach you on it.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you when I'm marking the state's exhibits 2, 3, and 4. And once again, I'm going to ask you to just look at them. Go in and hold these and flip through them and see if the pictures are accurate and what's within the pictures.
Yeah, I recall my bag.
Well, before that, just can you look at all the pictures? Can you look at number 2, number 3, and number 4? Are those exhibits accurate?
Yes,
Yes? And you recognize those items in the exhibits?
I recognize my bag.
Okay. You recognize what's in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just inside of the truck. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2.
For the record, you're offering them
Yes, I'll offer them into evidence, Your Honor.
exhibits 2, 3, and 4, you said?
Yes, sir.
They'll be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's in Exhibit 2? What do you recognize from that photo?
My handbag, my pink flowered handbag.
Can you also see it in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have in that handbag?
I had condoms, some syringes, and I don't recall what else I had in there. It's been a while.
Did you have that bag on September the 14th when David picked you up?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What else do you see in here?
The Tollies.
The Tollies, are those the 3 Bud Lights that you bought for David?
Yeah.
After you bought the tallies, what if anything happened next?
We drove to his house.
Did you agree to go to his house?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you been to his house before?
Yes.
And you remember where he lived?
Yeah.
What part of the city was it on?
North side.
The north side?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna approach. When I approach again, I'm gonna ask you if you look at these exhibits. I'm gonna mark these for identification purposes as exhibits 5 and 6. Just if you recognize it. Yes or no?
Not this one.
Not this one? Okay. Do you know what it is though inside there?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I recognize it.
So do you recognize it or not?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And that one, what exhibit are you
This
showing
is
us?
exhibit 5.
That was 5.
I'm gonna also ask you the same thing about State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
You recognize that? Okay.
Ms. Peña, hi. I'm Joel Perez, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Mr. Ortiz. On this receipt here on State's Exhibit number 5, I mean, can you read out what it says there, or is it just any receipt that
It says, Powerade, Marble, Bud Light, and the $100 bill David gave me.
do you see the date on them?
Where?
I mean, I'm asking
On
you.
the receipt.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to see. I can't see it. Oh, down here. September 14, 2018.
Okay, and you recognize this receipt from back
Yeah.
then? Or you're guessing?
No, I went inside that store, I changed, and I bought what I bought. And I gave him his change back.
Okay, thank you. No objections, Your Honor.
You're offering them? All right. State's Exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and you just answered it, but what did you buy there?
I bought Bud Light, a Powerade, and cigarettes.
Was it how many Bud Lights did you buy?
I can't see.
How much did you pay with, or what?
David gave me a $100 bill.
Okay. And what did you do with the change?
I gave it back.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
What is that?
David's house.
You went there that night? September the 14th of 2018?
Yes.
And prior to that night, had you been there before?
Yes, I have.
He had taken you there before.
Yes.
Do you drive, Miss Peña?
I know how. Yeah, I know how to drive.
Do you have a car?
No,
Have you ever driven to this place yourself?
no.
How did you previously get to this house?
David picking me up.
Okay. So you get to his house. What exactly happens when you get there?
I sit on the corner of the table
Where?
in the
In what part of the house?
next to the kitchen.
Okay. Is there
There.
anybody home at this time?
No, just me and him.
Okay. Do you know if David's married?
Yeah, I knew.
Okay. Where was his wife?
I'm thinking McAllen
Okay. Do you know if he has children?
too,
Okay. Where were his children?
with the baby mama.
Okay. Had he told you they were out of town, or?
Yeah.
You're sitting at the table in the corner near the kitchen. What, if anything, are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yes.
I'm dissolving the heroin. I shoot up.
Okay. And what if anything happens next?
David goes to the bathroom, comes out with a mouthwash.
A mouthwash for you or for him?
For me.
Okay. Do you use?
No, I didn't use it.
Okay.
He had asked me to take a shower before having sex.
Were you able to have sex with him?
No, we didn't have sex that night.
Up until this point, was everything okay?
As soon as we entered the house, David wasn't himself anymore. I saw him just not himself, very nervous.
How did he begin to become nervous? What were you all, if anything, talking about?
We're talking about some other stuff. Then all of a sudden he said that he was afraid that they would check his DNA because he was second to last to be with Melissa. And
What was your response to that? What did you
I
tell
told him that if he didn't have nothing to do, he shouldn't be scared.
So
But-
what else, what if anything do you do next to calm him down? Do you stay there in the kitchen?
I started shaking. He noticed me when I got scared.
Okay. And what do you do next? Where do you go?
I'm grabbing the cigarettes, shaking.
Okay. You
I
grab the
asked-
cigarettes? And
Huh?
You said you grabbed the cigarettes.
Yeah.
And do you stay in the kitchen or do you go somewhere
No,
else?
I asked him if he goes with me to smoke outside.
Okay.
And we're outside, and
What if anything happens while you're outside?
what if anything happens?
Yeah. What else happened when you were outside?
I sat on a chair because by that time I felt scared. I didn't want to give him my back.
Did you have your phone with you?
No. I had asked him inside if I could call my mom, and
Okay.
Stay.
You didn't have a phone.
No, I did not have a phone at that time.
At any time that you were there, did you attempt to call anyone?
I asked him if I could call my mom.
Did you call your mom?
No.
Why not?
I think he said, hold on. I'll lend it to you in a bit.
Okay. So he ignored your request.
He ignored my, yeah.
Okay. Do you stay outside or do you go back in?
We're outside and I tell him I forgot something in the truck and I head towards the front door and as soon as I step outside I start vomiting because I felt very nauseous, very nervous.
Why were you feeling nauseous? Why were you feeling nervous?
I don't know. I just felt scared and nauseous.
What were you scared of?
I just got this feeling.
What feeling? What was David doing that made you scared?
Oh, Your Honor, that's leaving.
What if anything?
Rephrase.
Huh?
Okay, what if anything caused you to get scared?
When he said he was second to last, that kept me thinking
Thinking what?
that maybe he was the one
He was the one that what?
that had been murdering.
That was in your head?
That was in my head, yeah, because he had never been nervous.
Okay. After you throw up, what happens next?
I think I tell him that maybe it's because I had not ate anything all day.
Okay. And then what happens next?
He says we'll stop somewhere to grab a burger.
Okay. Do you leave his house?
We both get in the truck. I think he locked the house and got inside the truck.
Before you left his house, did you complete the act of having sex with him?
No.
But you were there for that.
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't recall.
How many times had you been with David sexually?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it more than 5?
No. I don't recall.
Okay. When you had sex with him, was it intercourse or oral sex or what kind of sex?
Oral sex, foreplay,
Let me see his picture. Had you ever seen David without his clothes on?
yes.
Without his clothes on?
Without his shirt, yeah.
When you would have sex, you would be both
The
naked?
first time
Okay.
we went into his house,
Okay.
we laid in his couch.
Okay. Did David have any markings on his body?
2 tattoos, 2 hummingbirds
Okay.
in his chest.
Okay. Any other tattoos that you recall him having?
Mainly those 2.
Okay. What exhibit am I on?
I'm going to show you, if I may approach you on States Exhibit 7 and 8.
You said you had been with David before. Just ask you if you... I'm showing you Exhibit 7. Do you recognize what's in that photo? You need to answer verbally, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is it an accurate photo of how he looked around that time?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you exhibit number 8. Is that also an accurate picture?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what's in that photo?
Another tattoo.
Are you familiar with what's in that photo?
A tattoo.
The answer is yes or no. Are you
Yes.
familiar with what's in that
Yes.
photo? Okay. And he had these markings
Yes.
on that day.
Yes.
And you're offering them,
I'm offering them, Your Honor.
states exhibit 7 and 8 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay. So you remember and you testified, you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, exhibit 7. Now you could talk about the tattoos. What are the tattoos that he...
They look like two hummingbirds, dos chuparrosas.
Chuparrosas?
Para mí se ven como dos chuparrosas.
So what you're saying is to you they look like two hummingbirds.
Hummingbirds, yeah, to me.
Okay. What else does he have?
A flag. A sun.
Did he have those tattoos with you or on his body when he was with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is exhibit 8. Had you seen that tattoo before?
Yes.
And that was when you guys were
Together.
Okay. 1 through 8. Can I publish 1 through 8 to the jury, Your Honor? So you're going to go get a hamburger. Tell us what happens next.
David parks behind a tractor and just says, wait, hold on. Pulls out a gun.
When you say tractor, is that a tractor?
A trailer.
Tractor trailer?
Tractor, yeah.
Like an 18-wheeler? Like one of these?
No, like a truck driver.
Oh, a truck driver, a big
Yeah.
tractor.
Yeah.
That pulls a box.
Yeah.
And where does he, is this in front of the store?
Behind.
Behind the store.
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't he park in front of the store?
I don't know.
Okay. What, if anything, happens next?
As soon as he took out the gun, he just stared at me, didn't say anything. I opened the door.
Let's back up a little bit.
Yeah.
How were you feeling when he stopped there behind the store?
Nervous.
Did he say anything to you?
No. I remember telling him if he could go drop me off.
Wait for the next question. Only answer the question that's being asked, please.
Did
Thank
you say anything to him?
If he could go drop me off
Drop you off where?
where he had picked me up.
So you wanted him to take you back
Yeah.
to where he picked you up on San Bernardo.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He didn't say anything.
So you're parked there. It's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
You're behind the tractor, behind the store.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
Some way, somehow, I took off running without a shirt.
Before that, inside the truck, tell us about what you remember when he pulled the gun.
He's trying to grab me by my left shoulder.
Where did he get the gun from? Had you seen the gun?
I had not seen it. No.
What, if anything, did he do with the gun?
He just pointed it right at me.
When he pointed it at you, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where he pointed to you.
Right here at my face.
Right at your... Hold up your hand and show us how...
Just like this. With his left arm.
With his left arm,
Yeah.
he put the gun next to your face.
Yeah.
What else, if anything, did he do while he's pointing the gun
With
at your
his
face?
right arm trying to hold me back from not getting off.
How did you get away?
I took off running. I snapped.
You got off the truck, you said, without your blouse.
Yeah.
What happened to your blouse?
I don't know.
How did you lose your blouse?
I don't even know. Everything would happen so fast.
He stayed with your blouse?
I don't know.
Did you pull off your blouse?
Some way, somehow, I got out that blouse.
What did you do after you got off his truck?
I run to the store and there's a trooper. I'm crying hysterically.
I'm sorry? Repeat that.
I run to the store and there's a trooper putting gas.
Okay, and what do you do?
I go up to him.
What do you tell him?
That someone had just pulled out a gun at me.
What were you feeling at this time?
Nervous, shaking.
What did you tell the trooper, if you remember?
That we were at his house and that we were at his house and I got scared. I ran outside. We went to the store.
Were you afraid he was going to hurt you?
Somewhere in my mind, I had those thoughts. I don't know how, but I did.
What did the trooper do after you asked him for help?
He's freaking out. He's freaking out. He takes me to the police station.
What happens when you get to the police station?
I tell them my story.
Okay. Do you remember how many officers you were speaking to?
Like 3 or 4.
Okay. What do you tell them?
That I knew David and that he had pulled out a gun at me.
Okay. Did you provide any other information about David?
Yeah, I told them where he lived.
Okay. And how were you able to tell them where he lived?
They took me and I pointed at his house.
Okay. Did you know the name of the street?
By that day, I don't remember now, but that day I did look at the streets, and all I said is, remember this street.
Okay. So that night, the officers take you to the neighborhood and you point out the house.
Yeah, I recognize it right away.
Okay. After you show them the house, what happens next?
I think they start pulling up pictures, and I said, yeah, that's him.
At that time, September the 14th of 2018, did you know where David worked?
Yeah,
Where did you know? Or
I
where?
knew he was a supervisor with Border Patrol.
Okay. Did you know that from the very beginning? You met him 5 months
Not from the
before?
very beginning, no.
Okay. At the beginning, where did you think he worked? Did you know he was law enforcement the first time you met him?
No, not the first time, no.
When did you find out he was law enforcement?
One time when he took me to go score, he had the shirt inside out. He got off, and
He had a shirt inside out. Please describe to the jury, what does that mean?
the uniform inside out, and that's the day I found out. He told me that he was a Border Patrol.
Did you also have any personal knowledge of David being a client of any of your friends?
Excuse me?
Did you know if David was also a client of some of your friends?
Melissa. I didn't know anything about the rest. I knew he was friends with Melissa.
You know how long he had been friends with Melissa?
Not exactly the time, no.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about Melissa?
Yeah.
Do you know if he was seeing both you and Melissa
Yeah.
at the same time?
Yeah.
Around the same time?
Around the same time, yeah.
He was seeing both you, and do you know if he was also seeing Melissa?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if he would take Melissa to buy drugs?
Subject's lack of personal knowledge.
Okay. If you know.
I don't recall that.
Had you seen him picking up Melissa before on the boulevard?
I think before meeting him, I saw his truck. Melissa had short hair. She was sitting under a tree. By that time, David didn't know who I was.
So he knew Melissa longer than you.
Yeah.
Had you ever seen Melissa at the county jail?
Yeah.
Yes? How long did you know Melissa?
Quite a while.
What is quite a while?
A couple of years.
Okay. Are you familiar?
show you what I marked the state's exhibits.
9, 10, 11, and 12. And I'm just going to ask you if you recognize
Yeah.
this person in this picture. Yes. So exhibit 10. You recognize this person in this picture?
Yes.
You know her?
From the streets, yeah.
You recognize the person? Exhibit 11.
Yeah.
You recognize the person on exhibit 12.
Yes.
These women were all friends of yours.
Yeah.
No objection, Your Honor.
Move to offer these, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits 9, 10, 11, and 12 are admitted into evidence at this time.
So you knew Melissa for how long?
4 years.
Did she also work on the street?
Yeah.
Did she also abuse drugs?
Yes.
What about Claudine?
A year or two.
Did she work there on San Bernardo?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her in jail?
Not Claudine.
You said that Cantu?
Years.
For years. Was she a friend?
Yeah, years. Since I started.
Since you started when you were 23?
23, yeah.
Okay. And did she also use drugs?
Yes.
What would you call her?
Chelly.
Chelly?
Yeah.
What about this person?
Janelle.
How long did you know Janelle?
Years.
Was she a friend of yours?
My best friend.
And would she also use drugs?
Yes.
Was she also arrested a few times?
Yeah.
As your best friend, would you all hang out? Or what would you do?
Me and Janelle, the same. Walk. Make money.
Outside of that type of work, did you guys hang out?
Yeah. Janelle would go to my house.
What type of person?
Hang out. Funny.
Objection on the relevance.
That's to the last question. What type of person she was?
Well, I mean, I want to make sure he doesn't get into.
Overruled on that question. You can urge it if you need to.
Janelle was funny.
Yeah, Janelle was funny, very caring, had a lot of friends.
Her personality.
Yeah, was outstanding.
Do you know Chelly's personality? How was she? Was she
Very calm.
a calm person? Was she peaceful?
Calm. Yeah, very calm.
What kind of person was Claudine?
Very calm.
Did you ever have any interactions with her?
I don't recall how many times, but a couple of times.
Never had any problems with her?
No.
And what about Melissa? What kind of person was Melissa?
Funny.
very funny.
She was fun to be around.
Yeah, she would lighten up. She entered a room.
I want to continue where we left off, and that was when you said that once you showed him where he lived, you go back to the station. They show you pictures. They investigate the house. You said they show you a picture. You identify him as the person, and what happens after that?
Like 3-4 hours. He gets caught.
When he got caught, were you still there?
And the police station?
Yes.
Yes.
You were at the police station in a room.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to do anything else that night?
No.
Okay. During the time that you knew that he was a law enforcement officer, did he ever at any time go and see you during his working hours?
I just answered that question, yes.
When he would see, and I'm sorry I didn't hear if it was during his working hours. I know you said that he had his shirt turned inside out, but during his working hours, he would go and see you.
When he would get out of work.
Okay. Any other times that you saw him, was he ever in any government vehicles?
No, never.
Okay.
Not vehicles.
Okay. Besides that one time when his shirt was turned inside out, did he ever go and visit you with any other type of uniform?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And the times that you went to his house, please describe his house to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did he have a lot of furniture? Was it very little furniture? Was it
It was a nice house.
Okay. Did you see any family pictures there while you were there?
I don't recall family pictures.
Did you ever see any photos on the stands, on the tables, on the coffee table?
I don't recall photos.
At all? Okay. The other time that you went to his house, where was his family, if you know?
Out of town.
How many times did you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury did he take you to his house?
Probably 2.
2 times before this last time?
Yeah.
And on those 2 other occasions, did you also have sex with him those times?
The day we went to his house, no.
No, but those other previous times you were there, did you shower there?
No.
Did you have sex with him?
No.
Did you perform oral sex on him? The other times that you went?
No.
Did he give you money?
Yes.
Okay. Other times, did you ever perform or have sexual activities with him in his vehicle?
Yes.
Where?
In the parking area.
The parking area of what location?
Walmart. behind the motel.
You also would go to the parks with him, you said.
Yeah,
Okay. Would this be during the day or would this be during the night?
night.
Okay. How many times, if you recall, did he take you to go score, as you say it?
I don't recall.
He would pay for the drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll pass the
Witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, can you approach Mr. Alanis briefly? All right, so it's 1 p.m. We're gonna go ahead and take a lunch recess at this point. I'll ask everyone to please be back by 2:15. I understand there's a cafeteria here in the building, and then there's several restaurants nearby. So I'll ask you all to again remind you not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Not to. Oh, there's some here actually. Did you find out about the interpreter situation? In case you needed one, do they need one? Do we have someone?
Yes, Mr. David? Judge, I never heard of tallies. And I was like, what is that? Tallies? Tallies?
Yeah, that's very common.
So how would you spell that?
I would say T-A-L-L-I-E-S.
That's what I say too. But that's also tallies, you know, when you tally something.
But that would be with a Y.
But plural.
Plural. Right. It's more of a slang, that's why.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if it's defined that way.
Just something to look up, you know?
You may want to recall hyphen I-E-S.
Right, yeah. Or what about an ESC? No? That looks weird.
I always think it's read by a higher court.
Yeah.
If it gets to that.
Yeah.
Talk. That's the way it sounds. So feel a little warmer.
It's warmer. It's supposed to get up to.
So you here? Do you feel it okay?
Oh, I feel it fine. I feel it perfect. I'm usually freezing in a courtroom, and I'm usually freezing. It's very perfect. Oh, you're cold? It's that robe, Judge.
Yeah, I think it is. All right, so we have the defense ready, the state ready? I think I see Mr. Alanis walking in, but Mr. Davila, you're in charge for now.
The state's ready, Your Honor. We're just seeing the witness as well.
Yes, I think that. Do we hire somebody for tomorrow? But they have someone here, no? Why are we doing that? They said they have someone here, it's just a matter of letting them know if we need one of the ones that they have here. Okay, but I mean, someone that's here, they never do what they told us. Yeah, we do brush them, so I don't know. you ready to get your cross-examination? You may proceed.
All rise for the jury.
With the jury. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Perez, now you may proceed.
Yes. Ms. Peña, I'm Joel Perez, and this is Raymond Fuchs, and we represent Juan David Ortiz. And I've previously met you because we had a hearing back on October the 3rd of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, and just to get a history, you stated your drug addiction started when you were 21? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And how old are you now, ma'am?
31.
Okay. And your child is 12
Yeah.
right now?
Right now.
Now, back on October the 3rd of 2019, you were in a rehab facility when you testified in court. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And, you know, that's what, maybe 4 years ago? And today, are you in a rehab facility again?
No, I'm not in a rehab.
Okay, but you said you were on methadone.
I take methadone.
Okay, is that medically prescribed?
Yeah, that's medically prescribed.
Okay. And if you were in rehab back in 19, why do you need methadone today?
Why do I need methadone today?
Yes.
Because I would have my downfalls.
Okay. So I gather the rehab wasn't successful back in 2019.
I guess you can say
Okay.
that.
And the prosecutor was asking you about what you did for a living, and in essence, it's prostitution.
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to offend you, ma'am. I
No,
just
it's
want to
okay.
make sure I get to the point.
Yeah.
And this prostitution, and if you remember the testimony from last time, it's basically to support your drug habit.
Yes.
Okay. And your drug habit, you call them your DOC, your drugs of choice,
DOC, yeah.
is heroin
And
and
crack.
crack. You also do what's in the street called bars, which is Xanax.
Yes.
And that's not prescribed, right? That's stuff you buy on the street.
Yeah.
And you also smoke some marijuana. Correct?
Not oftenly, but yes.
Okay. And then back then you also testified that your child, you saw him maybe sometimes every 6 months, sometimes
Her.
every 3 months, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said even though it's your child, a relative is raising your child.
Yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that part of that reason is because you do drugs.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say back on September the 14th of 2018 that you were scared because the murders had occurred, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't scared enough to stop prostituting because you were still out on the streets, right?
When?
Well, we know on September 14th
Yeah.
of 2018 you claimed that you were with Mr. Ortiz.
Yes.
And according to your testimony, it was for prostitution.
Yes.
Okay. And we know because you've testified that you have a daily habit.
That I had a daily habit.
Yes, I'm not saying right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking either 2018, 2019, something like that.
Yeah.
And so your daily habit consisted of maybe sometimes up to $300 worth of heroin, black tar on top of that
Yeah.
per day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And about $100 of crack cocaine.
Yes.
You would agree with me that that's a lot of drugs to use daily,
Yeah.
right? And just, you know, I don't know if everybody knows, but the heroin is the kind where you get a spoon, you heat it up, you put it in a syringe, and then you inject.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, would it be fair to say then that you've been injecting yourself maybe for the last 10 years?
On and off.
On and off.
Yeah.
And the crack cocaine typically is smoked in a pipe.
Yeah, it's an upper.
You put it in a pipe, and it's a glass pipe or something like that, and you know, from what I read, you use a lighter and then you smoke it, and it gets you high.
Yeah.
And you also testified that your modus operandi, if you will, in using drugs is you use crack in the morning or early to get you high, and then you use heroin in the afternoon to bring you down.
No, first heroin and then crack.
Okay. I thought you had testified the other way around, but you know, but regardless, you use both of them
Yeah.
daily, correct? Now, you know, I mean, as compared to a guy that drinks every day or something like that, he's gonna be hungover and he's gonna be not feeling the greatest. I'm assuming that doing crack and heroin in those amounts is not the best thing for your body or your mental health.
Of
correct?
course not. Yeah.
Okay. Now, back on September the 14th of 2018, you met, according to you, with Mr. Ortiz, and you're the one that inquired about, had you heard about the murders of Melissa?
Yeah. When he picked me up.
But Ortiz didn't bring it up.
No, I brought it up.
Okay. And even though you were frightened at either at the
Not
murder,
at that time.
Okay. At some point when you said he started acting differently, let's say, according to you, you claimed.
When we got
I'm
to
sorry?
his house. When we got to his house.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the first time he had ever acted off.
Okay.
Other than that, very normal.
Okay. But at that time, you were still getting high regularly.
Yeah, but to the point where I know what's going on. I was high, but I know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I assume every person that uses mind-altering drugs
Yeah.
would claim that, right? A guy that drinks a 12-pack, he's gonna go, hey, I know what's going on.
Yeah, I
And
know
he's
what's
right?
going on. I'm alert. I'm still alert.
Uh-huh. I'm sure you were.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you testified that you still shot up the heroin, though. That
At his house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were there between 6 and 9, and you said, you know, you drove around for a while, drinking the beer, and then shooting the heroin.
I shot up the heroin when we got to his house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and again, I'm not trying to be offensive.
No,
but
it's okay.
Are you high right now? Somewhat high?
No.
Are you on the? You're not here totally clear-headed, are you?
Yes, I am.
Are you under the effects of methadone?
Yes.
Okay.
I
and
take methadone.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do.
And-
I'm on methadone.
Okay, and methadone in essence is a synthetic heroin, correct?
Methadone is just it's to block any triggers.
Well, no, what it is actually is a synthetic heroin that is utilized
I'm gonna
to
object
avoid.
to being argumentative with her. She's not. That's not. This is not relevant questioning. Your Honor. He's being argumentative with her.
Let me address it this way. Ask a question because you're giving testimony instead of asking a question. You're explaining what that is. That you're not a witness on the stand. So
But
ask a
it's
question.
been asked and answered, Your Honor,
Okay.
that if she's intoxicated
Rephrase your
or
question.
drugs.
Okay. Are you aware that methadone is a synthetic heroin?
No, it's not a synthetic heroin.
Okay. Are you aware that it's utilized to regulate the effects on the human body of people that are hooked to heroin?
That have been on heroin throughout the years.
Yes.
It's to keep them sober.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so
I know what methadone is.
Okay. And so, well, let me ask you this: what effect does it have on you, methadone, as opposed to
Nothing.
not taking it?
It's just to concentrate, just not to. It doesn't trigger me. It doesn't cross my mind to use.
Well, the idea is, and I'm asking you, is it to reduce the need to have to use heroin?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Alanis showed you a photo of Melissa, correct?
Correct.
And you said that previously in the testimony that Melissa also worked the streets.
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And that she had problems with drugs, correct?
Correct.
And she did it to support her habit by selling her body, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked about Claudine, and you testified that she also had a problem with addiction,
Correct.
and that Claudine also worked the streets to support her habit.
Correct.
And you were asked about Janelle, and you testified that Janelle also had a drug addiction, correct?
Correct.
And that Janelle worked the streets to support the drug habit.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you asked, according to you, Mr. Ortiz, if he had seen the news about the murders, or that he had he heard about it, his response that he said he just saw it in the news. That was his
I
response.
mentioned it, and he said, "Hey, that he had found out through the news."
Okay.
Yeah.
And according to you, he starts acting differently or whatever, weird, according to you. And you testified that that you heard a voice. You actually heard a voice.
What I meant by that is my inner voice, my intuition.
Okay. You know, I get that people have gut feelings, okay?
Yeah.
But you testified, I heard a voice. And I asked you, that said what? For me to get out fast. Okay, do you remember testifying to that? Okay. Let me just find this, okay? Okay, and then at some point, and I think this is me questioning you now, and you testified that you heard a voice. And just tell me if you recall saying this. Yes, I did. Question. And that this voice told you, get out of there. Or what did the voice tell you specifically?
Just to get out.
To get out of the house.
Just to get out, yeah.
And I think I asked you, and did you hear the voice in English or in Spanish? Did you hear the voice in English and Spanish? Excuse me, ma'am. Your answer was Spanish. Do you remember testifying to that?
It's not a remember if I said English or Spanish, but
Okay, and then you were asked, question, was it a female Spanish voice or a male
yeah, I
voice?
said
And you testified it was a male
Yeah,
voice.
my ex that passed away.
Okay.
Kind of like him telling me.
Uh-huh. So that's different than a gut feeling. So you're hearing a male voice in Spanish.
Not like hearing a voice, but like kind of him
Ma'am,
telling me.
if you might let me finish asking the question.
She could be allowed to answer. She
Well,
was just
if I
going to
can
answer,
finish the question,
and
Your
he didn't
Honor.
like the response.
No, it's not
She's
that. I was
gonna
still
answer.
answering the question.
one at a
I'm
time.
asking a question.
You're making it sound like you
One second.
Miss,
One second,
you don't
ma'am.
answer the
Ma'am.
question.
Ma'am.
She's unresponsive,
Sir.
Your Honor.
If I'm instructing her, you need to also wait.
Okay,
I mean,
that's fine.
You want me to give an instruction or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait until he asks the question, until he completes asking the question, and then you can answer the question. And if it's non-responsive, you need to object instead of interrupting the witness, please. Go ahead and re-ask your question, sir. Thank you.
Okay. My question is, did you not testify that you heard a male voice in Spanish? And you
Yes,
said,
I
"Here,"
did.
to get out of there.
Yes, I
Okay.
did. But it's not like a crazy
Non-responsive,
voice.
Your Honor. I'm going to object to non-responsive.
Wait for the next question, ma'am.
And when you claim you went to the trooper, you were high, right? When you went to the trooper on
Yes, I
September the
was.
14th, 2018? Yes?
Yeah.
And again, this go along the lines with what you said that, if I may, doing heroin and crack in those amounts aren't the best thing for the body or the mind. And you agreed with that, correct?
Yes, I agree, of
Okay.
course.
Now, on September the 14th, 2018, when you testified today, and you were very graphic about it upon the questions of Mr. Alanis,
Mhm.
and you said that you were demonstrating for him. I'm just trying to refresh your memory. And you said that according to you, Mr. Alanis pointed the gun to your face, correct? And you put the gun to your face.
That Ortiz had pointed the gun.
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And you remember that as clear as day.
Of course.
Yes, because I guess not too many of us get a gun pointed at our face.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're as sure of that today as you are of any of your other testimony.
Of course, it's unforgettable.
Because you're testifying under oath, right?
I'm here to say the truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay. And that's something that's very memorable. You just said that now.
Yeah.
Back on October the 3rd of 2019, you were also under oath before this judge to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, correct?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that you were asked, and where did he point it to you? You said, right here. Where? To your chest. Answer, yes. You're pointing to your chest. Yes. Do you recall testifying to that, ma'am?
No,
Well, are you lying today or were you lying then?
never.
I'm gonna let her go. If I may just make some real quick review, Your Honor. the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Peña, I'm going to show you an official copy of a transcript dated the 3rd day of October 2019 in this cost number of the state of Texas versus Juan David Ortiz. And it's certified by a certified court reporter wherein he swears that this is accurate.
Where
And
what?
Wherein it certifies that this is an accurate reporting of the proceedings on that date.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just going to show you the transcript where you were asked, and can you read that for me? Just this part right here.
Where did he point it to? Right here, right to your chest. It's just same thing.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you. Can you read it and see what you said?
To your chest, yes.
And-
You're pointing to your chest, yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to.
Okay.
Now, you also testified that you've never engaged in violence, because you said criminal trespass and the like, but not violence. Is that what you testified to?
I'm gonna object, that's a mischaracterization. She answered that she had been arrested for violence. I had asked her that question.
You want to rephrase the question?
Well, have you ever been convicted for criminal acts of violence?
Violence.
Well, let me ask
I
you
had
this.
probation for aggravated assault.
Would you think that that's a violent offense? Or you think it's a peaceful offense?
It was not physical. It was something I said.
Okay. Aggravated assault for something you said.
Aggravated assault for something I said. Yeah.
Okay. And is this the assault on a peace officer? On a
No.
policeman?
This was a family violence.
Okay. But on April the 30th of 2019, do you not have one for assault on a peace officer?
I don't recall.
So you're telling me that you've been arrested and you don't recall what charges you've been arrested for?
I've been in and out, but that I had a warrant for what?
Assault on a peace officer?
No.
Do you know what a peace officer is? A cop.
A cop, yes.
And so
No.
according to this, you assaulted a police officer on April the 30th of 2019. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't recall.
Because you were high?
Maybe, probably, I don't recall.
Because it affects, the drugs affect your memory, your ability to remember things accurately. Maybe that's why?
A little bit, I don't recall that.
Or a lot?
It's been a long time.
Well, 2019 is after 2018. You realize that, right?
Well, I don't recall. A lot of things have happened. It's a lot to take in.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
You say it's a lot to take in. What, after this happened to you,
Yeah.
how did it affect you?
I got diagnosed with PTSD, severe anxiety, and depression.
Did you feel your life was threatened?
I'm going to object to the leading, Your Honor, and not relevant, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Couple of things. You started to explain about the voice.
Yeah.
I'd like for you to explain. Let me ask you this. Was the voice an audible voice like my voice is now?
No.
Did you hear the voice from the sky?
No.
Did you hear the
I'm
voice?
going to object to leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Like an inner voice, like a gut feeling, just like
And you also mentioned it was a male's inner,
Yeah.
a male's voice. Tell the jury about that.
kind of
What-
like
what
my
do you mean?
intuition, because me and him lasted for a very long time.
Who is
And
him? Who
my
is-
ex that passed away. I remember mentioning him that night, and I just had an intuition of him saying, "Get out."
So the inner voice that you tried to explain to Mr. Perez is your ex who passed away
Yeah,
that told you, Erica, get out.
just yeah. Not like a loud voice, like an
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
inner voice.
Your inner
Wait.
voice.
Yeah, a gut feeling, just an image. It's
Wait for the next question.
And you listened to your inner voice.
I listen to my inner voice, to my gut feeling.
What other signs did you have that when you say he's acting weird? Can you give us any examples when you say he's acting weird?
I've been saying it over and over. He was just not himself that day, very nervous.
At the time that he picked you up, did the topic come up about
I brought it up when we were by Clark, and the only thing he said was, "What's the word? What are they saying?" And that's about it. Nothing else.
what's the word?
Yeah. I told him that they had been picking up people to
Your Honor.
investigate.
Oh, hold on. You said he asked you what's the word.
Yeah.
When you say that, what did you take it to mean? When he asked you what's
Like,
the word?
what's going on?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you respond to that?
I just said that they were picking people up.
Who was picking people up?
Investigators. Everyone knew.
Up until this time, and wait for my question. Up until this time, September the 14th, did you have knowledge of some of the girls on the boulevard being picked up by investigators?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been picked up for
No,
questioning?
I had not been picked up.
Okay. Were you ever asked by Ortiz if you had been picked up?
No.
And you've also testified that, and this came up. How long have you been taking methadone?
Right now,
Yes.
like 8 months,
Okay.
6 months.
Have you relapsed during the time that you've been taking methadone?
No.
How long have you been sober?
I've been sober since January.
Okay. Are you currently working?
No, I was working.
What were you doing?
I was a housekeeper in Hotel Marriott Residence Inn.
Okay. And how are you maintaining your living at this point in time?
I have housing, and I'm seeing someone that's helping me.
Okay. So are you doing better today since 2018 when this happened?
Yeah. In the beginning, it
I'm going
was.
to object non-responsive, Your Honor.
Wait for the next question.
If you can explain the difference between where you're at now in your life and when it happened?
And-
Relevant, Your Honor.
Wait 1 second. Sustained at this point.
The issue about the gun that Mr. Perez asked. Were you lying on October the 3rd of 2019 at that hearing?
No.
You started to explain, and I'd like for you to explain to the jury what you meant when the gun was being pointed at you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What did I mean? He just pulled it out and didn't say anything. Just right in front of me.
At your person. At you.
Yes.
At you,
at
Erica
me.
Peña.
Yes.
Okay.
And as soon as he did that, I opened the door. Some way, somehow, I was able to get off my shirt. And I run to the store.
And we've been through that. We've been through that.
Yeah.
But when he's pointing the gun at you, at
Yeah.
your person, at your head, your face, your body, your chest, wherever he's pointing it at, you said it was with his left hand, correct?
Yeah.
And he's holding your blouse with the right.
Yes.
What are your feelings at that moment?
Scared.
Scared? Scared for your
For my
life?
life.
No further questions.
Any further cross, sir?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. You accuse?
Yes.
Your Honor. The state would request that if Ms. Peña could be released from the rule.
Any objection?
Yeah, we're not too sure about that, Your Honor. We might usually.
You might be calling her as a
Yes.
witness again?
We might, be depending on whatever evidence is developed, Your Honor, we may want to continue cross-examination of her. We're not excusing her.
Well, this is your opportunity to cross-examine her, but if you're saying you may
Well-
call her and you're...
We don't know
Judge,
what-
May we approach just briefly?
Sure. So, Ms. Peña, is she still in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. You're still under the rules, so you need to remain waiting outside of the courtroom, and you're not allowed to watch the case or any news accounts.
Tell her she's not to discuss it with anyone.
She's been given that instruction earlier. All right.
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Francisco Hernandez.
Trooper Francisco Hernandez. Was he one of the witnesses this morning?
Yes, he was.
You're under the same oath you took this morning? Yes, sir. You can take the stand, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I just need to put it on.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Isidro Lanis. I'm the district attorney for Webb and Zapata counties. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Francisco Javier Hernandez, sir.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety as a state trooper.
How long have you been a state trooper?
I've been about 17 years, sir.
Okay. Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your duties are as a state trooper.
As a state trooper, part of my duties is to protect and enforce the traffic law and criminal laws in the state of Texas and preserve the peace to the citizens of the state of Texas.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to direct your attention to the night of September the 14th of 2018. Were you on duty that night, sir?
Yes, sir.
Were you in uniform?
Yes, sir.
Can you, were you in a marked DPS unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us take us back to that night, in the evening, shortly before 9 p.m. What were you doing?
So on that day, on that night, I was at the gas station at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson Road. I can't recall if I had just finished gassing up the patrol unit or I was about to. When all of a sudden, there was a lady approaching me from the backside, west side of the Stripes or Circle K towards my direction. And as soon as I noticed that, I heard her yelling for help. I immediately noticed that she was in shock. Her breathing was kind of rapid, like hyperventilating. I also noticed that she was scared at that time. And she explained to me that she had just gotten away from a gentleman that pointed a gun at her. And at that time I assured her that she was in safe hands, and I was gonna try my best to analyze the situation, what was at hand. And she told me she had been assaulted, and then I took proper action after that.
Do you recall what she was wearing?
She was only with a bra. She was running towards me, just covering her chest, and just some white pants, I believe.
Her emotional state, can you describe that?
She was scared. I could sense right away that she was scared and fearing for her life.
Was she in an excited state?
She was
in an alert state?
She was in alert. She was real concerned with the assailant that attacked her, I guess, and trying to see if that person was still around. I assured her that she was in good hands, and I was going to keep an eye out for her assailant while she was there with me.
Did she give you a name of the assailant at that time, if you recall?
Yes, after she explaining to me how she got away, she told me the name of the person that attacked her was by the name of David.
Just the name David.
Yes.
And
Yes,
when you
sir.
say attacked her, what description of the attack did she say?
That she was trying to, I guess, if I remember correctly,
We are not going to object to hearsay at this time.
Honor, she's already stated she was in an alert and excited state. This is an excited utterance that she made to him.
Well, Your Honor, it's not clear where along the conversation it is. Is she in the patrol car now and things are calm, or what?
This, I can rephrase.
Go ahead.
This, these statements being made to you by her, where are they taking place?
okay, so I would say at the very first couple of seconds or minutes I can recall, it was outside of the patrol car,
Okay.
and then because of her safety, I put her in the back seat of my driver's side door,
Okay.
and I sat at her there.
So is she sitting facing you in the back seat, or is she?
She's facing me while I'm outside of the patrol unit.
The door opened or closed?
The door in the back is open, yes.
So the door's open. She's seated in the back seat facing you.
Correct.
She's scared,
Yes, sir.
and she's telling you what just happened to her.
Yes, sir.
And she used the word she escaped.
She escaped, yes, sir.
And she used the word that she was scared,
That she was scared for her life, yes.
afraid for her life,
Yes.
and that she knew the assailant.
Yes, sir.
And did she tell you when this happened?
Yes.
When?
That same couple of seconds or minutes just before approaching me.
So it literally happened just seconds before she ran to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the night in question, did you have a body camera?
Yes, sir.
At any time, were you able to record the encounter between you and Erica?
Yes, sir.
So now I want to ask you these series of questions regarding the recordings.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of the gas station, the Stripes or Circle K as you call it having surveillance cameras as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity after this incident to review the video footage of the store?
No, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to view the video footage from your body camera?
From my body camera, yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13
And ask you if you've had the opportunity to view the contents on this CD.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're familiar with it because you were operating the body camera?
Body camera and this says there body camera. Yes, sir.
That body camera video was preserved,
Yes, sir.
okay, and was submitted and kept,
Yes, sir.
okay.
May I bodire the witness, Your Honor? Deputy DPS Trooper Hernandez, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Joel Perez and I represent Mr. Ortiz. Now, here we have a DVD, Smart States Exhibit number 13 that you've identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I know it's a copy apparently of this body cam thing, but this particular exhibit, this one, have you inserted into a DVD player and viewed it before testifying here today?
That one in particular, no, sir.
Okay, I submit that he's not qualified and it's not admissible at this point in time, Your Honor. We don't know what's on this one, Your Honor, from his personal knowledge. He lacks personal knowledge on this exhibit.
Your Honor, my response,
If I can continue my line of questioning.
Well, Your Honor, as for that, we'd ask that.
We didn't get arguments like this before the jury.
Well, you want to approach?
Yeah, sure, Judge, if we can.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take up a legal matter, so I'm going to excuse you for a few minutes and just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case. Mr. Medina?
All right to the jury.
Mr. Perez, is this the only monitor? Lenise, you want to continue with the questioning of the witness on that exhibit 13?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it on.
I mean, just watch it testify.
Yeah.
Should I just play it from here, Your Honor?
Yes, we're gonna go ahead and Trooper, not this. We're gonna play the videos from that night, and we'd like for you to authenticate, if you will, if these in fact are the same videos that was on your person, and if the video from the store is the store that you were at.
Yes.
And if the person at the store is you being recorded.
Yes,
He comes out in the recording at the store, Your Honor.
and for the record, you need to have
The exhibit that you're referring to is...
Right now we will be referring to State's Exhibit 13, which is his body cam video. Then we will also show him State's Exhibit 14, which is the video from the store in which he is recorded at the store.
All right.
Do you see it on your screen, Trooper?
Yes, sir.
Vamos, vete para acá, este lado nomás.
Ponte aquí nomás, deja hablarle. Ok, nomás ponte de este lado, please. Es que tengo que agarrar algo de ahí. Ponte aquí nomás, real quick. Ahorita te ayudo. Just tranquila. Ponte aquí, mira. Let me just get something from you.
No me vaya a ver.
No lo voy a ver, no lo estoy viendo.
Me asusté bastante.
¿Y dónde está el muchacho?
Trae una troca blanca.
¿Ya se fue?
Sí. Ay, me asusté bastante, sir. Sir,
Okay, just hold on, okay?
me quiero sentar.
¿Quieres file un report?
Tengo miedo que me vaya a ver. Me quiero sentar, sir.
Hey, this is Atlanta 3215. Can you send PD to my 20? I'm right here at the Circle K on McPherson and in Loop 20. It's in reference to an assault on a female. You know which one, right? The Valero, right here at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson, like going towards the Border Patrol station. Okay, let me. Yeah, I'm waiting here with the female. All right, thanks.
Tengo miedo, me puedo sentar ahí, sir.
Espérate. Oye, entonces, nomás tengo que saber algo. Entonces, ¿tú te subiste a la troca de un muchacho?
Yo me subí, sí. Él ofreció comprarme cigarros y compró unas beers. Y dijo, ¿vas a dar la vuelta conmigo? Y yo le dije que sí, sir. Nomás que yo nunca me voy lejos, so I noticed de que él estaba manejando muy para acá. Y le dije...
¿Y dónde estaba el muchacho? ¿Este
se
side?
parqueó ahí.
Ahí donde está la troca es esta y el carro.
Allá, un tal trailer. Ay, sir, me quiero sentar.
So cuando yo estaba aquí, ¿estabas adentro de la troca?
Sí, me vine corriendo, me sacó la pistola y me quería subir y me empecé a gritar, help me, help me.
So cuando te bajaste de la troca, ¿gritaste?
Sí, sir.
Ok. ¿Y no te acuerdas?
Hay una Dodge blanca, vive por aquí.
¿Sabes dónde vive?
Sí, si me llevo ahorita más o menos sí puedo dar, sir.
¿Y por qué te subiste con él? ¿No? Porque ibas a ir a...
Porque me dijo que si quería unos cigarros.
Ajá.
Y yo le dije que sí y él nomás me dijo, ven a dar la vuelta conmigo un rato y te llevo.
¿Esa Dodge Ram que está aquí no es esa?
A ver, sí.
¿Esa no es?
Yo traía una pistola, nomás que...
Are you sure he's not maybe standing around? Maybe a lo mejor está a la vuelta.
Una troca blanca, sir. Mire, y luego I started getting very sick, sir.
Ajá.
I started getting very sick. Y le digo yo a él, maybe it's because I haven't eaten all day.
Yeah.
Y digo, do you want a burger? Y le digo yo quería que él manejara para allá por la San Bernardo.
Ajá.
Y le digo yo, sí, pero dale para allá por mi barrio. Dijo, I'm gonna stop real aquí. They sell these really good
So you know who he is?
His name is David.
You only know him as David, or?
Yeah. It's your miedo, sir.
Just relax. No me nomás cerrarle aquí, please. Ven, ponte ahí nomás ahí.
Aquí, sir.
No, pues ya te miró, because if you're coming this way,
Yes,
then...
he has a gun, sir.
Well, no, don't worry, buddy. You're safe right now. Yeah, but you're safe right now. Está bien, don't worry. Ahorita, mira.
Y luego espérese.
Relax, just relax.
We were talking about de las muchachas que acaba de fallecer.
Uh-huh.
And he got very nervous. And he started acting weird and my stomach started to hurt. Literally, I vomit. Y le digo yo, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm okay. And then all of a sudden he's like...
Así que just ponte aquí nomás. Just nomás quédate así.
Y luego all of a sudden me dice, I feel weird. Dice, I feel very stressed.
Pero te asaltó él cuando te quitó la camisa.
Cuando me quitó la camisa, yo me zafé de la camisa para salirme por
So
la
he was
troca.
trying to grab you?
He was trying to grab me y subirme para subirme me sacó, dijo, güey, se parqueó allá en un ladito.
Espérate, nomás siéntate así, nomás. Es que tengo cosas.
Allá en un ladito y me dice, Porque he knew that I didn't want to go far.
Yeah.
Y luego, he parked right here, and he was like, wait. Y le digo yo, what are you doing? I'm just fixing my pants. Y de repente saca la pistola, sir. Y yo abrí la puerta, help. Sir, tengo mucho miedo.
Ahí va, don't worry. So, ¿por qué no viniste? Cuando viniste, ¿por qué no me dijiste se acaba de ir un muchacho o algo?
No, porque vengo corriendo desde allá.
So, él estaba en la calle.
Él estaba en la troca,
Pero,
manejando.
sí, no, yo sé, pero ¿dónde estaba la troca? ¿En la calle o aquí en el parking lot?
En la calle.
Ah, ok.
En la calle, sir. Y yo le dije, el señor tiene una blusa. Y luego el señor dice, allá está la policía, ¿ve? So I'm very scared.
Don't worry, you're...
I'm afraid, sir.
So, ¿conoce tu familia o qué?
No sabe dónde vivo.
And how does he... So, you knew this guy before?
Yes, mire, el vato anda en la Zambe.
Ajá.
Y varias veces me ha levantado.
Ajá.
¿Verdad? Y me ha dado dinero. Nomás que yo no lo había visto.
Okay.
Hay una troca blanca. Yo no lo había visto y hace ratito lo vi.
Okay.
Y él me dijo, ¿quieres unos cigarros y una beer? Acompáñame a dar la vuelta. Pero él empezó a manejar para acá y para acá y yo no me dio miedo. Yo le dije que yo no vengo hasta acá. So, he knew that I wanted to get off. Y él me dice, déjame llevarte aquí para comprarte un lunch y te llevo para atrás y te dejo. And, me dice, déjame comprarte un lonche y luego te llevo para atrás. Dice, she's closer.
Okay,
El
well,
vato trae una Dodge blanca.
Well, don't worry, ahorita...
We started talking about las muchachas que acaban de fallecer.
Las que las dumpearon allá.
Y dice la otra,
Okay.
cigarros. Cómprame un black and mild de $1.
I don't have cigarettes, so I don't
Cómprame un
smoke.
black and mild de $1, por favor.
Cigarettes are bad for you.
86 cents, please.
No, cigarettes are bad for you right now.
Me quiero tranquilizar, sir.
Mira, just hold on
Y luego
ahorita.
le dije yo, préstame tu teléfono. Es que de repente me dio un feeling, sir, de algo de él. Y le digo yo, he noticed me that I got scared. Y le digo yo, préstame el teléfono para hablarle a mi mamá, para decirle que estoy bien. Y luego me dice, wait, I'll let you use the phone right now. And nunca me quiso prestar el teléfono. Ya nos subimos a la troca y le digo, préstame el teléfono. Y nunca me lo quiso prestar, sir.
Oh, don't worry, mira,
He
ahorita...
started cruising, que quería que viniera con él a dar la vuelta, a comprar unos cigarros y la cerveza. Y pasó por su casa, vive por aquí, no sé muy bien. Yo nomás sé que es C-H-A-O-S, algo así, Sand, algo por ahí, sir.
Okay. Well, mira, le hablé a Piri para que Piri me ayudara aquí, ¿ok? Because Piri tiene más resources aquí para poder ir a buscar al muchacho and pues to help you out, ¿ok? So, ahorita nomás se llega Piri.
Que no se va a ir para allá para su casa.
Well, I mean, if you already have a description del muchacho, de la troca, más o menos dónde ando, then it shouldn't be...
Okay. Pero no sé en qué, traía una long beige shirt, botas.
You just got a weird feeling this time.
Yes, sir, I even started to vomit. Sir.
Está bueno, pues let me just check something out. I don't have any.
Sir, imagínese cuando me sacó la pistola, sir, que yo abrí la puerta, he wanted me to get in y que me quedara callada. Sí, gracias a Dios.
Did you call Piri? Or what's the status on Piri? Alright, thanks. Let me know. Alright. Oh, bueno, don't worry, ya deben de llegar ahorita. So, ya con eso, pues el description que me diste y el Well, then you gotta do something before he does, you know? Pues report him. Okay, and that's good. That's why ahorita va a venir PD. We're gonna do a police report and you have the description del muchacho y todo. Just relax, though. Just relax. Take deep breaths, though. Take deep breaths. Just take deep breaths, though. Okay? Just take deep breaths.
De repente cuando sacó la pistola, no, soy
Take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath.
Él quería, me ofreció dinero, sir. He offered money.
Okay.
Y de primero yo le dije que sí.
Okay.
Pero, when we went in his house, y llegó a su casa,
Yeah.
I started feeling very sick. I started shaking. Me dio miedo.
Okay.
Miedo me dio. So yo invento. Le digo, vamos para la troca porque se me quedó algo ahí. Y ya que nos salimos, le digo yo, ya no voy a entrar. Yo no puedo entrar. Me empecé a sentir bien mal allá adentro. So está bueno, agarró las llaves, la wallet, nos subimos y fue cuando empezó a manejar para acá. Pero ay, gracias a Dios que no me quedé un minuto más. Que no algo me fuera pasado. Yo bien su mirada, sir, como cuando sabes que alguien no está todo ahí.
Yeah. Oye, ¿tienes aquí golpes o qué?
No, es heroin.
Y ahorita...
ahorita ya vio que estoy aquí.
Oh, bueno, don't worry, you're safe with me.
Ahorita ya vio.
You're safe with me, don't worry. But that's why you're gonna make a police report, ¿me entiendes? You're safe with me, ¿me entiendes? Aquí no te apures. We're just trying to see, maybe he's circling around o algo, como dices tú. And I'm watching.
Una troca blanca, una Dodge, una troca blanca. Las ventanas no están tan oscuras.
Yeah. So I'm keeping an eye, no te preocupes. Let's just wait for PD real quick, okay? Así para que le... Just relax. ¿Ya te sientes mejor? A little bit?
Estaba muy...
Just keep taking deep breaths.
Él me quería llevar para allá. Más que yo no. Lo dejé.
Okay. Yeah. So don't worry. Oh, está bien. You don't need an ambulance? The ambulance, no, you're okay. Nomás ese el susto que te sacó la pistola and that you might be fearing for your life. Okay.
Este muchacho se llama David.
Okay, hold on. Hello? Go ahead. Okay, no worries. As long as somebody responds, I can stand by here. Okay, hold on. ¿Cómo te llamas? Erica qué? Salma Peña. A ver, let me give you the 27 ahorita, hold on. Erica Peña. ¿Y tu date of birth?
11/23/91.
Erica Peña, 11/23/91. Yeah, Erica Peña. No. She doesn't need any medical help. She just wants to file an assault report. Okay. Down, bro. Let's see what PD is gonna want. It's out of PD. County. Está bueno. We'll check right now. I'll let you know how I think. Ahorita viene PD. They just. I gotta advise them when they get here. Just relax, though. Relax. You gotta take a deep breath. Ahorita, just wait. I can't go. Tiene que ir PD primero, then I'll get you something, though. But tiene que venir PD primero, okay? Well, let's just take that first, okay? Let's just take that first step, okay? You're a cigarette smoker, okay?
Yes.
A lot?
I smoke.
How much do you smoke?
I smoke a lot.
During the day, ¿cuánto? Okay, well, just hold on.
They're not Dodge black, una troca blanca.
All right, don't worry. But you're okay, ¿verdad? Okay. Nomás el susto.
Dios me hizo. Anda por aquí.
So basically, he's like a friend of yours.
He's not a real friend. sir. I've seen him 4 or 5 times. I'm not gonna lie. 4 o 5 veces lo he visto y él me daba dinero. ¿Verdad? Pero yo no lo había visto. Yo no lo había visto, sino que hoy en la tarde lo vi. Y pues he knew Melissa, right? The girl they killed, Melissa Ramirez, and we started talking about her. What happened, and he got very weird all of a sudden, very nervous.
He did. Okay.
I don't know, sir. I got a vibe.
A bad vibe.
Horrible vibe, sir.
And so that's when the empezaron a hablar. That's when he got really like. Did he get angry?
He got like nervous and scared.
Okay.
Y le digo yo, are you okay? Are you okay? Y me dice, yeah. Dice, but let's talk about you. Dice, why did you get? Dice, why did you all of a sudden got scared? Why are you scared of me? I started getting scared, sir. Y él vio que yo empecé casi hasta temblar.
¿Te sabes su nombre completo o nomás el nombre?
El David.
Así
Por aquí, tiene una casa por aquí. Tiene él una casa por aquí.
That's where he was going.
Yeah.
Does he live by himself?
It's a big house, sir. I know he just got separated and la casa estaba sola. Y pues está solo, sir.
Okay.
He's alone.
He's
a
alone.
big house. Pero he wanted to go in his room. Y yo no. Ay, Dios me dijo que no, sir. Su vibra y como él se empezó a poner su mirada, sus comportamientos.
But so you say you wanted to go in his room?
He wanted to take me.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Él me quería llevar.
Yeah, I understand.
Y yo no quise. Fue cuando yo le dejé algo en la troca. Vámonos.
Okay.
Y agarró su cartera y dijo, vámonos, está bueno. And me quería llevar más para allá. Se iba a parquear aquí a comprar un burger y me dice, hold on. Y saca la pistola.
What color was the gun? Black? Gray? Black?
Soy black.
Okay. ¿Y te la apuntó o no? ¿Sí te la apuntó?
Sí, me la apuntó así, sir.
Okay.
Aquí. Me la apuntó así. He's tall, güero. Traía unas botas como de
¿Ojos de
trabajo.
color?
Las botas son café. Traía unos pantalones así como este color, un poquito claritos. Y traía una camisa beige de manga larga.
All right. ¿Y andaba solo, no andaba con alguien más?
No, él andaba solo. Él andaba solo, sí. Y luego empezó a decir que he was scared, que porque he was one of the guys that saw Melissa last.
Really?
And I don't know what. Y destrució sin blusa.
¿Y el muchacho sabes dónde trabaja?
No.
¿No?
No sé exactamente dónde.
Pues eso. So, don't worry. I mean, I assure you que you're in good hands. Ahorita no te asustes. Ahorita, if he's circling around or whatever, you're here with me, okay? And that's what I'm looking for. A ver si no voy a pasar otra Dodge Ram or something like that.
Sí, decía algo Ram, era una blanca.
You know it was a Dodge. Okay. You feel a little bit more relaxed now?
Quiero un cigarro, sir.
I know, just hold on though. Nomás espérate.
Quiero un cigarro, sir.
Just hold on. Ten cuidado, es que tengo... No, es...
Dale a mi amiga o algo.
¿Tienes una amiga?
Quisiera hablarle a mi amiga. Decirle lo que me acaba de pasar.
¿Y con la amiga la hablas?
Mi amiga Gaby. Fuera de esto, su mirada, nos sentamos, ¿verdad? Fumamos un cigarro. Ahí en su troca. We started getting yeah, I feel weird. Y empezó a hacer así.
Like if he was on something.
No sé, sir, nomás dijo, le digo, are you okay? And I was shaking, me empezó a dar miedo. And he was like, no, I feel a little bit weird. Y le empezó a hacer así.
Okay. No, don't worry. I'm keeping an eye. Don't worry. You're safe here. This is una Ford. You say Dodge, right?
Ni siquiera Dodge. Pendeja para las direcciones, sir. Más o menos vive por aquí, pero quiero decirle exactamente dónde.
Está bueno, y ahorita que venga PD might go take you there, ¿me entiendes?
Estoy bien pendeja para las direcciones.
Pero sabes cómo llegar.
Pero más o menos, tengo que concentrarme, sir.
Okay.
Toque mi corazón, sir.
Don't worry.
Touch my heart, para que vea cómo estoy.
No, I believe you. I totally believe you. I know you're just going through a shock right now. Donde acabas de salir de un escape, you know what I mean? You basically escaped from a situation where it could be dangerous.
Mira, tengo una troca así, pero no tiene chiche, vuelvo a saber.
Pero esa no es, esa es una SUV.
No tiene algo así,
Okay.
como nueva, nuevecita, pero no tiene las ventanas tan oscuras.
Son 4-door?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry, I mean, ¿y todavía tienes miedo?
Bastante miedo.
Well, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye de eso, okay?
Tengo mucho miedo. Mucho miedo.
But now you know that you can't get on his vehicle anymore, ¿me entiendes? You learn, I mean, unfortunately te tuvo que pasar esto, you know? No debes de confiar en mucha gente, especially if you don't know him that well.
Yeah.
I mean, you say que dijiste 4 times maybe?
5 veces y siempre me buscaba, sir, pero yo lo tiraba a León.
Yeah.
Yo lo tiraba a León. Y yo sabía que he would pick up Melissa también.
Really?
Melissa Ramírez.
La primera.
Sí. Yo sabía que él la levantaba porque él me platicaba de ella. Y cuando yo la miraba, ella también de él, ¿verdad? ¿No has visto al de la troca blanca? Porque me alivian la feria. Y yo no, nomás que yo lo tiraba a León porque era como bien necio.
Okay.
Y nomás que no lo había visto 2 semanas y me vio. Y me dijo, ¿quieres unos cigarros y una cerveza? Y yo le dije que sí, y me subí.
Yeah.
Y bueno, vamos a dar la vuelta un ratito. Bueno, está bueno, le digo, pero no muy lejos, le digo, porque yo no me voy muy lejos. No, más que se dijo. Ay, no,
¿Y Melissa no era tu amiga?
No.
¿No la conocías?
Yo la miraba, yo la miraba y pues nomás la conocí en el condado y así en la calle, pero hasta ahí.
¿Y la segunda muchacha, esa no la conocías?
De vista nomás también.
Pues maybe, I mean, Así como estás cooperando conmigo, coopera con el oficial ahorita que venga. And I'm pretty sure they can help you out en esa manera para poder traer un assault report at least, you know, con él. And maybe you can break a case de lo que está pasando ahorita.
Sí.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You never know. You never know.
Sí.
I mean, ellas ya no pueden hablar por ellas, you know what I mean? You know?
Ay, gracias a Dios que me bajé la troca.
Well, if you think about it, estas murders han pasado en las noches.
Yeah. Black and mild, sir.
Ay, voy, ahorita nomás deja que venga la policía, deja que venga, es que no te puedo dejar sola, I mean, especially si es que anda, or he might be around here o algo.
Yeah.
A lo mejor va a pensar que, nada, ahorita dice algo, el policía lo ignora y te vas caminando otra vez, you know? Like, I don't want him to think that way, you know? I don't have any though. I really don't. Eso te dije que te sentaras ahí para que nadie te mirara. Esta es la que se metió primero.
Ese, a ver, no.
No, ese era un muchacho que caminó ahorita para allá en camisa gris.
Y luego we started talking, right? Y le digo yo, I heard that they're picking people up to investigate, right?
Mm.
The girls, and he's like, well, what are the girls saying? What have you heard? And I'm like, I don't know. I literally empecé a temblar, que la tuve que despistar de cómo empecé a temblar.
Wow.
En serio, sir.
I believe you, no, I totally
La
believe you.
tuve que despistar, sir, cuando empecé yo a decir
Like there was nothing wrong para que no mirara.
que él me vio, mire, sir,
Yeah.
que él me vio cuando yo traía una troca, si no será ese que vaya arriba, esa troca blanca.
I don't know. But no, don't worry. I mean, I thought that's you're safe. So you got nervous cuando le comenzaste a mencionar a las muchachas.
Sí, sir.
You think he's capable of doing something like that? I mean, carrying a gun?
No me sacó la pistola. Estoy diciendo que me la sacó, sir. De repente se parqueó aquí.
Don't worry, I mean, I'm keeping an eye.
De repente se parqueó allá, atrás del tráiler.
¿Esa troca no?
No, esta no.
Esta no, ¿verdad? Que va aquí.
De repente se parqueó atrás del tráiler, ¿verdad?
Yeah.
Because supposedly he was gonna go in through here. Pero dice, do you want drive-through o quieres walk-in? Y le digo yo, drive-through. Dice, wait, well, hold on, because I have to get in by the sidewalk. So él se parquea, sir, atrás del tráiler.
Yeah.
Y dice, wait a minute. Y la saca y abre la puerta y me agarra él.
Yeah.
Y yo empiezo a gritar y quiero alcanzar aquí para el honk, para que oiga la gente que estoy pitando, pero me sacó de la shirt.
He grabbed the hold of your shirt o te quiso agarrar completamente.
Me quiso agarrar completamente.
Yeah, and te zapates de la camisa.
De la shirt. Mi corazón, sir, quiero un black and white.
I know, just relax.
Y le digo al muchacho ese cuando empecé a caminar over here, estaba yo sin shirt. Y le digo, una camisa o algo para taparme. Y dice, allá está el policía.
Uno de los de aquí te dijo.
El que está allá.
Sí, así.
Estaba allá un señor.
Okay. I know, it's just I can't go by myself. Just hold on, espérate, just relax. Ahorita te lo agarramos. Just relax. Yeah, just take deep breaths slowly, in and out, just slowly. Por mientras, I know pues it's a shock. I mean, you just escaped from a possible kidnap. You know, I mean, te fuera hecho kidnap, and that would have been the end of you. The gun you say it was black or white?
It was black.
Black.
Gordita. It was black. No más que I didn't think really nothing porque yo ya lo había visto como 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
Pero when we went in his house, right, we went in for like 5 minutes. Porque no digo que me ofreció dinero. We went in for like 5 minutes. Pero I got scared de esas de que
A ver, just hold on, okay? Give me a second, nomás, okay? Please. Hey, hello? Hey, es que tengo una girl que she escaped from a guy that pointed a gun at her here at McPherson in Loop 20, and she's one of those girls, you know what I mean? And the guy pointed a gun and se le escapó a la persona, and she's without a shirt basically right now. And I called PD to come over here and assist, but they haven't shown up though. So, but she knows that guy's name, like the first name and where he lives though. Well, just the first name, David. And yeah.
que más o menos vive por aquí.
Y vive por una casa que se llama, ¿cómo se llama la calle? No, nomás dime qué calle es.
Es aquí como por San Isidro.
Por San Isidro, it's a big house. Por Sand Hill or something like that, right?
Es una calle más o menos
Sand Hill, I think that's what it is.
CHAOS.
I'm right here in McPherson and Loop 20, right here at the Circle K in Valero. Yendo pa Border Patrol. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, she's gone to the house before. She's without a shirt.
Took off my shirt.
She's without a shirt right now because she escaped from him. The one yendo pa Border Patrol headquarters on McPherson, that corner one. Yeah, International and Loop 20. No, I'm sorry, McPherson and Loop 20. McPherson and Loop 20. Yeah, but well, it's not the X one. It's the Circle K. Loop 20 and McPherson. Yeah, the one that's like when you go towards Border Patrol. she's in shock, man. Like, yeah. And she was trying to mention something about the other two girls, and that's when the guy got nervous, and I guess she knows. Well, she doesn't know, but she knows who they are. Estas muchachas. Yeah, you want me to take it over there? I don't have a problem with it. We're at the same station right there at the Webb County. Wait, do you have an extra shirt though? Or can you get an extra shirt? Well, I'm gonna tell her we're gonna go get a shirt, and then that way they can talk to you. All right. Mira, this is what's gonna happen. Uno de los oficiales de nosotros va a hablar contigo, okay? Just the same situation que me dijiste, all this, okay? I told them to get you a shirt para que puedas hablar comfortable con ellos, okay? And so we're gonna go to the station, and we're gonna talk to you regarding your situation right now, most importantly, y luego también regarding maybe the guy's name, más o menos donde vive y todo eso, okay? So basically, we're gonna help you out, ¿me entiendes? So, mira, no te voy a decir que te vengas acá atrás. Si quieres, te puedes ir enfrente. Let me tell him.
Dígale que por favor.
Let me tell him.
Haga algo por mí, nunca me había pasado algo así. Sí, pero yo quiero que más o menos me maneje por aquí para yo poder decirles, porque si no, no voy a poder decirle dónde me voy.
Black and mild. Okay, él ya sabe, ya le dije. So mira, yo no te voy a manejar yo todavía, but we're gonna go over there and we're gonna try to get some other units. Okay, let's go over there first and we'll take it there first step by step. Just, si te digo que te vayas enfrente. No, vente por acá, mira. Just cierra la puerta de volar. Just come this way. Just relax, es que tengo unas cosas, déjame sacarlas de volar. Don't worry. No, don't worry, you're with me. You're with me, just relax, okay? Just relax. All right. Sí, por favor. Let me do it. There you go. Yeah, you're good. Let's go. 3215 there. Oh wait. We'll be en route to Webb County with that female. The SO. Right over there.
In that street, behind that arch.
Sorry, Judge. So the rest of the video, Your Honor, although it's one continuous video, we do believe that the rest at that point is hearsay. So from when he gets into the car, so that part we'd like to keep the audio out. But if I can have some follow-up questions with Trooper Hernandez just to verify the rest of the video. Trooper Hernandez, did you view the video that we just saw right now?
Yes, sir.
And did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize your voice in that video?
Yes, sir.
Is what you saw here today a true and accurate depiction of what happened that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we'd like to re-urge the submission of State's Exhibit 13, Your Honor.
Judge, while some of this may indeed be an excited utterance, the point at which the trooper begins asking questions of the declarant of the excited utterance, it ceases being an excited utterance and now becomes a question and answer session between the trooper and the declarant. So I guess we would concede the original part where she comes up and there's no questions asked of her, and I don't mean open-ended questions like the trooper, I can't remember exactly, but he may say, what happened? Well, that's open-ended. That certainly doesn't make it cease to be. But when he starts talking in here about, okay, Was the truck on the street or in the parking lot? Was the truck is white? When that question becomes specific, it becomes hearsay, because now it is not open-ended questions. You're saying, okay, what happened? Where is it? What, like that, where there's any kind of answer. But when the answers become specific to specific questions, it is no longer an excited utterance because the questions aren't open.
Would I notice that she was repeating things on her own, blurting things out again, repeatedly saying the person's name, repeatedly saying that it was a white truck, and that repeating the description of the incident. And then I think towards the tail end, when the trooper was on the phone, he still described her as being in shock. And this was way after some of those maybe pointed questions that you're saying. But even to that, I think it was still, from what I was seeing and hearing, it was repeating the same thing over and over. I don't think there was anything new that was said afterwards. I think he was reaffirming it was a. Give me information, because it's a very general. Okay, so what exactly are you saying should be kept out? So
I didn't make an exact time mark, but somewhere after about 6 or 7 minutes, it's like you say.
So what information are you saying specifically?
Well,
when they
and
start,
let me before you answer that, I understood there may be a translation that's going to be offered. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
So my coordinators mentioned, because a lot of it's in Spanish. We don't have an interpreter. So.
And due to that, Your Honor, we actually filed it. It is certified by Mr. Delent.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point, because I know we don't have an interpreter, and I asked my coordinator. He said that you all had
yes
a translation that you're going to offer. Like, what specific information are you objecting to, Mr. Fuchs?
Your Honor, if I may, this is analogous to a 911 call, and it's an ongoing emergency. She had just escaped a possible kidnapping, an aggravated assault. He's asking basic questions that further the investigation. None of it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If anything, it's an excited utterance, and it's an ongoing investigation.
Let me, I guess, just before I make my ruling, again, part of what I observed in the video, Mr. Fuchs, Mr. Perez, is the officer asking questions about the description of the vehicle, because looks like he's on the lookout, and let the record reflect that I'm turning around left and right. He's looking to the right side of his vehicle, to the left side of his vehicle. He's asking, there's trucks passing by, and he's asking her, is that the vehicle? Is that the vehicle? I mean, observing the surroundings. And so I think it's all still part of the same.
It's not part of our excited utterance, Judge. And so once he starts questioning like that, the excited utterance has ended. Just because a person continues to scream.
Well, the excited utterance ends when the person stops being excited about it. She's still.
If she's apparently the heroin hadn't taken effect. I'm just saying, just because she's shaking and excited doesn't mean it's still an excited utterance. I mean, at some point, I guess in the statement she made down at the sheriff's office, that's going to come in too as an excited utterance, and she's sitting down there and they're asking her questions. Once the police start asking those questions.
But tell me what point again. I know you're looking at what are the questions so I can go back to that point.
We just got this, Judge. We didn't have it.
That's what the translation is.
This translation, right? We didn't have it.
No, it's been on file, Your Honor, and with all due respect to Mr. Fuchs, under Beauchamp v. State, there is no per se rule for determining whether too much time has passed between the making of the statement and the occurrence of the events or conditions which precipitated the comment. A functional test should be applied, namely whether the proximity and time is sufficient to reduce the hearsay dangers, faulty memory, and sincerity. She's in shock the entire time, Your Honor. Every statement she made is admissible as an exception to hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Not if it's subject to questioning. I mean, I understand an excited utterance can be made 2 days later if the person is still under the throes, emotional throes of the event. But once it turns into police questioning and answering, it's no longer an excited utterance. It's
I'll let you keep.
It's a response to questioning.
I understand.
It's not, so the original part of this, I'd agree. But I think when he starts even just asking her, okay, what's your name? What's your date of birth? He has now interrupted this excited utterance to the degree that it is now question and answer session, even though she's still excited. but she's answering those specific questions. There are no longer open-ended questions. And so in that regard, I guess, I think there's some timestamps on here somewhere. It would be like in page, I don't know what page is in this translation. You know, well, even back here on the 10th page of this translation where he's telling her, if you already have a description, you know, the pickup truck, when we do this, we can do that. Now he's going into question and answers. And to me, that's the end of the excited utterance. I'm not disagreeing with the first part of it, where she comes up and just starts stating things. I would concede that's an excited utterance. But at the point where he starts questioning her, that's where it ends. You know, like he's saying, okay, you just got a weird feeling this time. Well, that's a question she's going to say yes or no. It's not going to be, I had a weird feeling. It's not an excited utterance anymore. It is a response to his questioning. And that is on page 11, and we would then say that's where we then object to whatever's thereafter. I don't have timestamps on this. But it's page 11 of what y'all marked that as?
State's exhibit.
14.
14. State's exhibit 14. Does the court have a copy of that?
No, we haven't introduced it yet.
Well, it'd be okay
It's on
with us
file.
if he sees
It's
it.
on file.
No, it'd be okay. Well, the judge doesn't have it in front of him. I just wish he would.
Your Honor, again, this is also an exception under the present sense impression as well. This is analogous to a 911 call, same format.
The excitement and shock continues all the way to the very end, to when the trooper's on the phone and says she's on shock. You could see it with just on the video. Her hands are shaking. She's even crying towards the end. You can't see her, but you hear her crying. That this has never happened to her before. Again, under present sense suppression, excited utterance. Arguably, even the entire ride to the station could come in. We're cutting it off when he gets into the vehicle with her at that point.
Well, Judge, I doubt it's present sense impression. Present sense impression is, hey, there's the white Dodge going right in front of me. It's present. Everything she's describing is past. It's not present sense impression at all.
All right. Objection to hearsay is overruled. The court will admit State's Exhibit 13 is the one you're offering. You're offering 14 at this time as well?
Yes, sir.
And,
14.
and State's Exhibit 14, I will.
Judge, offering it for what purpose? We don't want the jury to have that. If he's going to play the video, they don't get that.
Your Honor,
Well, this is a translation.
I understand.
So why don't they get the translation?
Well,
You want to, I mean, it's in Spanish, some of the language, right?
Well, I understand, but that's you know, that's the life. You know, now we gotta. Okay, I object to that being.
Well, Your Honor, I think the way we've done it is, if I may. Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on.
Well, there's no jury anyway.
Well, specifically on Exhibit 13, the court's admitting it first. 1 second. 13 is being admitted. That's the video. That's the video. I'm over your objection. Court finds that it was an excited utterance statement throughout, up until the point that it was paused. Now on Exhibit 14. Go ahead.
14, when they're saying they're offering it as an exhibit, to us, number one, it's hearsay, and it violates the best evidence rule. The best evidence is the DVD itself. Now, to assist the jurors, what you might do is they may make copies as the DVD is playing. They can use it to go along and read, and then that's it. We get it back.
Do you have copies?
We have a copy. We have copies for the jurors.
That's what he's asking. Not
Well,
to,
no, yeah, we have
he's saying
copies.
not to offer it as an exhibit, but to allow the jury to read it
Not a problem.
while they watch
As long
the
as they can have it and read it, it's certified, it's translated.
Yeah, and then you can just instruct them. Something they say, Your Honor, you can instruct them. Hey, we're offering you this to review, but then we're going to get it back you know.
And
whatever.
you need, and we would not object to remaining an exhibit, so it's there, but they are informed, you don't take it back with you.
So this will be an exhibit just for,
It's a
to keep
court
it in the file?
exhibit.
Court exhibit.
No
Court
objections, Your Honor.
All right, so will it make states exhibit number 14 as a court exhibit, not to be furnished to the jury other than during the time that they're watching the video, not to be furnished to them when they deliberate or otherwise?
Your Honor, we also have exhibits 15, 16, and 17, which is the video footage from the circle cage, just a few snippets that for the seconds that the trooper is there, where he can testify that that's the location he was at the time he was at, and it displays him being there and the approach from the store video looking at the scene.
The only thing we would ask is to have them question him now so he can authenticate that that is an unedited copy of the video from that Circle K. How it was created, you know, under Edwards, the way the recording was made, if he can testify to that, to authenticate it. I don't believe he can.
Your Honor, that's only one part of authentication when it comes to a video. If he can identify himself or the scenario in the video as being accurate, that in itself will authenticate the video. It doesn't have to be the person that records it or the person that burns the video, as long as he's somebody that can identify himself within it.
In 15, 16, and 17, they're short.
They're
a few
snippets,
seconds
they're
each.
basically the clips
So
from
go ahead
outside.
and play them, and then I'll make a ruling after.
So he can also then verify that it's unedited, is that correct?
Well, it's just, no, it's unedited as per,
It shows just the moment that this happens. That's what it shows, and it's unedited.
If he wants to object.
And we can voir dire the trooper on it.
Sorry. All right, go ahead and show the witness your additional exhibits.
For the record, Your Honor, we're playing States Exhibit 15 at this time.
He's not here, but I'm sorry. I figured.
I still need to hear.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am. It's green.
I'm not talking about the light, I'm talking about the little button.
Yes, it's on. It's on.
Okay, alright, I'll check it afterwards. There's
Okay.
something on. Thank you.
So as this is playing, Your Honor, I'm gonna ask Trooper Hernandez. What you're seeing in the video there, is that a true and accurate depiction of what happened September 14th of 2018?
And is that exhibit 15 for the record?
That's Exhibit 15, Your Honor.
I can't see very well on this one though, because this is kind of like dark.
You just back here, right here.
Oh.
This one doesn't move. I think I can turn it. I think I can turn it this way. Is that what?
So, one second, I'm not on the record. He's saying this was dark. I want to, when the jury comes in, can they see theirs?
Oh yeah,
Dark.
that one's
That's what I'm
clear.
asking.
Yeah.
this one. I'm gonna play State's Exhibit 16. Trooper, can you do you identify yourself coming in this gas station?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Is that you parking in this video, the State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of what happened on the night of September 14, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want permission to play the other one? State's Exhibit 17?
Is that the extent of this?
It's a short clip. Actually, right now we'll see where Erica comes out. But as for the authentication, Your Honor, we'd like to admit it as State's Exhibit 16 at this point, unless there's any objections.
Any objections to 16 at this point?
We're just trying to authenticate it, or do you want to view it all? She comes down.
There's no audio on this.
No, sir. These are surveillance.
Let me just fast forward a couple of
Fast
times
forward.
to make sure,
Okay.
that it doesn't change to a movie or something.
No, I'm not worried about that.
She's coming out.
There's no
Okay,
audio.
there she goes. There she goes.
All right.
That's why he knows what's happening.
Can you identify the person that approached you in that video?
Yes, sir. That's Erica Peña.
Okay.
Okay, we're good with that.
Just say wishes to admit State's Exhibit 16 at this time, Your Honor.
We're okay with them. As far as them saying that this officer can testify, okay, this is me, that's me. We're still not waiving our objection that he can't authenticate that the recording equipment was working properly and the rest of the predicate, Your Honor.
All right, so State's Exhibit 16 will be admitted.
Your permission to place State's Exhibit 17 for the witness as well?
You may.
Yeah.
It has on the monitor itself. It's not. You said it's too dark. This one.
The video, is it still too dark?
This one shows a little bit dark. Sometimes it has a. No, didn't change. All right, that's fine. As long as you can see one of them.
Trooper Hernandez, are you able to identify where this is at in this video?
Yes, sir.
Where is that exactly?
It's on the west side of the Circle K.
Is that the same Circle K that we've been talking about
Yes.
today, September 14, 2018?
Yes, sir.
It's the same Circle K that corresponds to the other video that we saw, State's Exhibit 16.
Yes, sir.
Francisco Hernandez, correct? Did you identify the person that just came on frame there?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was Erika Peña.
Your Honor, at this time, the state wishes to introduce or into evidence State's Exhibit 17. It's been authenticated properly by the witness.
Just to preserve the record, on this one we'd object again that the proper predicate isn't being, this officer can testify to the recording equipment, etc. Also, on this one, Your Honor, this officer is not present, and he cannot necessarily tell that this is the time, or even the same parking lot. You know, I don't know if he's been into this back parking lot or not, or the time for that matter. So this one we think he can't properly authenticate, especially because he's not present on this video, Your Honor.
Again, Your Honor, he doesn't have to actually come out in it or even speak in it, as long as he can testify that what he's seeing there is actually what he observed, and it's contemporaneous to the other video. As we've seen before, he testified that was the other video from a different angle, and as the video is shown, it's the same victim that's run in the same manner and wearing the exact same things. So we do believe that this has been properly authenticated at this time, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, again, I don't think that he can say that. I mean, maybe
What
I'm wrong, but
specifically?
this looks to be a different part of this establishment, and I don't know. I think
So your objection is that he doesn't know or is not familiar with that location or that parking lot area, or is that what your objection is? For
or the
record?
time. I mean, if he can say, "Hey, I saw that Mustang. I saw that guy shooting that camera," maybe he can. I don't know, but I don't think so.
So you're also objecting to the time that's reflected on there as being, I guess, 8:59 at this point now, 9 p.m.
Well, with his lack of knowledge, Your Honor, yes. Especially since he's not familiar with this recording. If we're going to rely on time, that would be the reason to do that, to have him establish that predicate. And like I said, he's like the prosecutor said, oh, he knows that she ran through there. Well, what if she did somersaults coming this way? He wouldn't know. He didn't see her.
Well, they're offering it to show that the troopers identifying her as being there wherever that is, I guess.
I did ask him earlier if he can identify where that is, and he identified it was the northwest or
The west side of the
And you're familiar with that based on what you're seeing there?
Definitely, sir.
Your Honor.
What about the time issue? They're making an issue of the time.
That's the correct.
That's the same time that, from your
Yes, sir.
memory, that this occurred?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll also cite Stanmeyer versus State of Texas 475 Southwest 2nd 3rd, and that is the case law that addresses
Oh,
these
well,
types of issues.
objection overruled at this time. State's Exhibit 17 will be admitted into evidence. All right, we're ready for the jury now?
Yes.
Go ahead and bring the jury back in. Wait, 1 second, sir. You go ahead now. I'll give everyone a short recess, take a few minutes. All right, you may be seated. And you may proceed.
Trooper Hernandez, we were discussing the videos that were taken there at the Circle K on the night of September the 14th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've had the opportunity to view the surveillance videos from the Circle K,
Yes, sir.
and you've been able to identify the location and the persons in that video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We also you've been able to authenticate the State's Exhibit 13,
Correct.
and that is the video from your body cam, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, permission to publish the videos from the Circle K, Exhibit 16 first.
Exhibit 16, yes, you may. And for the record, State's Exhibits 13, 16, and 17 have been admitted for the jury's consideration. You may proceed.
So I want you to look on the screen, and the video will begin playing. Okay, can you please walk us through this video and what we're viewing? The location?
Yes, sir. So this is the gas station, the Circle K, located at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson.
Okay.
And I'm pulling up right here to, I believe it's pump number 5.
Okay. You can please speak into the mic, please.
I'm sorry. So this is the, I'm pulling up right here to the intersection of McPherson Loop 20 at the Circle K, and I'm about to pump gas at I think it's pump number 5, sir.
Okay. What time is this going on?
This is around, I would want to say it's 8:40ish, somewhere around there. I'm not really sure about the time, sir.
Close to 9 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, there's a timestamp at the bottom of the video. Is that accurate? Can you see?
Yes, sir.
What
Yes.
time does it show?
It's 8:52
p.m.
p.m. Yes, sir.
And what is the date?
It's 9/14/18.
Okay.
September 14, September 14, 2018.
Okay. Is that
Yes, sir.
consistent?
Yes, sir.
It's accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's going on now?
So as I'm standing around there at the pump number 5, I see this lady, who at that time I didn't know her name, run up to me and walk at a fast pace. And right there, I'm trying to assess the situation of the condition she's at right there.
Based on your training and your experience, what is your assessment of this person's demeanor?
Based on my training and experience, I see that she's scared, she's in shock, and I could say I can sense that, or not sense, I'm sorry, I believe that something just happened, that she's fearing for her life.
Something contemporaneous, something happened just right at
Yes.
that moment. Okay. Thank you. Next. We are now going to play State's Exhibit 17 that's already been admitted. I'd like for you to identify the time and date on this video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's 9/14/2018, and the time is 49:30, 32.
8:49.
I'm sorry, 8:49. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that
8:49.
accurate with you being there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what location is the jury looking at here?
So this is the west side of the Circle K, where I'm gassing up. That's located at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson, sir.
Are you familiar with this location, Trooper?
Yes, sir.
Now's the time to get the updated COVID vaccine. It's safe and effective and the easiest way to protect ourselves and the ones we love this holiday season.
Ken's 5 Wear the Gown, sponsored by University Health.
It's Monday, November 28th. I'm Vanessa Croy with Ken's 5 News Now. Right now, a man is fighting for his life after a drive-by shooting happening just steps away from the front door of a Southeast Side home. Police say when the man pulled up to his home off Hicks Avenue around 11:30 last night, a red car pulled up and someone started shooting. Police say the victim was sitting in the passenger seat of the car and hit multiple times. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. New this morning, a man wanted for shooting a woman in the head on Thanksgiving has been arrested. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office put out an alert over the weekend in the search for 24-year-old Parrish.